Supper Dub Nation. Had to go live now because we're about to tip off. Still no Dean. What's up with that, Dean? There, we got 0 became 7 concurrence because we just connected with between StreamYard and YouTube. Tony Brothers, he's good. David Guthrie, don't care for him. Brian Forte, I don't care for him. Pat Fraher, I don't care for him. Wow, turnover right off the bat after Denver won the tip. Vando already paying dividends as a starter. That's something the Warriors do. What you doing, Nuggets? I'm going to be rude and just finish my chips because I only got a little bit left. Welcome to all you early birds, sort of. Let's go Nuggets chance. Jamal Murray has to shoot a 3, and that's not a good shot. LeBron now trying to get downhill. I thought he had KCP, and then he went over to Austin Reaves, and that was the good choice because he got a 3. So Denver just spotted him 5 points, and that's what the Warriors do usually. Sorry for the ASMR. Jamal nearly turned it over again. Good job by D'Lo. Got to bring the force. Glad they didn't call a foul on those. On that steal earlier. Jamal, MPJ never met a shot he didn't like. Misses it. LeBron, rebound. Only got 3 more chips left. Wow, 80 missed. He thought the way things were going for the Lakers that they'd hit that. Oh, but Aaron Gordon just threw the ball away. Funny 6'10" guy trying to throw to MPJ 6'11" guy. Foul on KCP. It's not a bad foul to take early on. But you're down 5-0. You just spot him in 5 points. And you gave him the ball, even though you won the tip. All right, I'm done eating my chips. We're going to bust some myths tonight. Oh, we're going to bust some myths. We're going to embarrass some media outlets. And it's not me doing the embarrassing. They're embarrassing themselves. Bum, bum, bum. D'Lo and 1? No. D'Lo 2 foul shots. Giannis leaving? Oh, my God, bro. Did you watch the video? Let me give you the link right here. Copy link. Throw it over here. Where are you, Dean? Sheesh. I thought he was all eager to talk to you guys. Felt like it. Instead, you got me just chilling, watching this game. Bruce Brown in early for what, KCP? 6 zip. That's one thing about Mike Malone. He isn't afraid to yell at his guys or just say, hey, look, you suck right now, sub. So one of 2 things I would love about Steve Kerr to improve on, but it was a tough season. Dean's here. D'Lo no good. Only 6-2 despite all that. Dean Chambers in the house.
Rich?
Finally.
What are you drinking?
Oh,
man?
AG dunk putback. All right, so much for that 5-0 spot. It's gone. 6-4 now. Let's do this. Boom. Say something, Dean, and make sure your audio is working.
Oh, can you hear me?
All right, cool.
I think.
Oh my God. Here I am. I made a video to combat the clickbait, and now we have two people didn't get the memo.
You know, oh, it was a 3-second call.
We'll talk about that. Yeah, you can wish all you want. It's not going to happen. All right, let's get back to this game right here. Oh, MPJ. It's underneath. Bruce Brown wanted a foul. Austin Reaves to AD, no good. 5-on-4. Jokic running the break. Swing, swing. Jamal for 3. Wow. 10-9 Lakers. I like what Mike Malone said in the pregame and at practice. Said everybody's talking about how LA found something late last game. I'll tell you what, Darvin Ham wishes it was 1-0 instead of 0-1.
Yeah, I mean,
and I like how Malone is just playing the psychological game.
well, I mean, it was the same thing that we said after game 1 that we lost, right? I think we found something late in that game. You know, it's
I'm trying to think back. What did we find?
well, it was the I think the pace that we were playing worked, and it feels like a couple months ago, to be honest, but it's hard to win series if you lose game 1, but on the other hand, all the Lakers need is to take 1 in Denver. So, hey, Amy, how's it going?
It's hard to compare.
Oh yeah,
the Nuggets series to our series. Both teams got what? Saturday, Sunday, 3 days rest.
Yeah,
3.5 days rest, and I think that was a big factor. But as I alluded to in the last live stream 2 nights ago, it's one thing led to another with all the problems the Warriors had. So you can always point to I call it a Mobius. You can always point to somebody to blame, something to blame, but then you have this caveat, and then yada yada yada, and maybe the most lopsided one that doesn't really have a but is Draymond punched Jordan Poole, but we still don't know the details of it. What did Jordan Poole say? So there's a tiny little but to that compared to all the other ones that we can talk about. Anyways, MPJ charge into Vando after Lakers threw it away. Good energy in this game.
Definitely. The this Murray play feeding Jokic here is that was incredible. That Murray play where he had all those jab step moves, and MPJ's watching the video. Mm-hmm. But that move where Murray's feeding Jokic, that was incredible. That was a great ball movement, player movement.
So I think I'm probably a couple seconds ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
We'll sync up in a minute after the free throws by Anthony Davis, down by 1.
All right.
So let's do the usual poll. Who's everyone rooting for tonight? Who are you rooting for tonight? Lakers, Nuggets. Ask your community. I can't vote, but I would vote Nuggets again because I'm a lifelong anti-Laker guy, as they have beat up on us over decades.
Well, I'm rooting for the Lakers.
Oh, MPJ has 2 fouls. Okay. Jokic. Oh, look at that bully ball down low against AD, and AD gets a foul on Vando. AD got a block out of it. It's pretty amazing. Oh, you are rooting for the Lakers because you want them to win the series, basically?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you want that because why?
Well, my dad is a Lakers fan. I live here in Long Beach. Grew up.
Family's a good reason. I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
Let me fix my
and also just I am from Utah in the Mountain West, and I love South Park, but I don't know. It's West Coast thing.
You love South Park. Yeah, that's my real reason.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for. Yeah.
I want to see if the Nuggets do win, Jokic has to get an episode, man.
Oops. Yeah.
This looks like a great matchup of teams, though. I mean,
Ooh, Jamal for 3.
So I just saw it going right now.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm not so far back. I mean, this isn't the Warriors.
Oh, I'm at let's see. Well, I gotta wait for my title to disappear. 6:16, 6:15 as Bruce Brown goes downhill. 6:11, 6:10.
Yeah, so I'm about 2 seconds behind you.
All right. Let's try 6:05, 6:04. Reaves for 3.
Yeah, let's do it on the next. Okay, so 5:58, 57, 56, 55, 54.
Hold on. Okay. How about here? I'll count it out. Well, now we got a foul.
Yeah.
D'Lo will go to the line. I think we're pretty synced up.
Yep. Yeah.
You're rooting for LeBron to get his 5th ring. Wow. That's not something you always hear on a pro Warriors chat, but I realize it's a new era. Why is that?
Yeah, why is that? I can give you a reason I would be, other than just that he's on the Lakers. I think Steph probably can look at that, as this. So LeBron is in what for Steph will be year 2026, which is right at the end of his contract. So I'm hoping that Steph will at least, be able to play kind of at a similar level compared to his career that LeBron's playing now.
Percy. I'm just having a little fun because no more Warriors.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
What was the what should we do first? Should we? Are there people that need to see the Giannis clip? What should we talk about first?
I mean, obviously we have to talk about what we think is happening with Bob. I think that's very important.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I really hope he doesn't leave, man. Just, I trust that Bob Myers knows what he's doing. And he's proven it over and over again.
Django.
Thank you for watching, Django. What's up, Bruce?
Is that the Django? Django Unchained, baby. I haven't seen that movie yet. I got to go watch that one.
I watched
11-year-old movie by now. Oops. Probably
crazy.
shouldn't show that. Whoops. Just demonetized myself. Funk
Oh
you
no.
too. DeAndre Jordan
Thank
coming
you.
in. Is he coming in? No way. Whoops, this is the last game. Box score. LeBron just probing away. Just no. Let's see. 0 fouls. Not yet. We won't see DeAndre just yet. Oh gosh. Yep. I know, right? Ryan Reaves' father, Nicole Wilkett mother, Austin Reaves. Speaking of Austin Reaves, I'll throw something out there. I think his contract extension coming up this summer is going to be super important in terms of projecting out what Klay might make. So we'll see. Well, Austin
Man, look, man. Klay had a rough end to the season,
Klay.
but
I think it's good to extend Klay sooner rather than later. Like if whatever Reaves gets this summer, just extend him to something similar to that. Now, do it now earlier before all the prices for shooting guards goes up. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I can see that. Well,
and Klay's in sort of a nadir. Get him while his stock is low, and he'll love the fact that you're extending him now. I think that's a good strategy. But
yeah, that makes sense. But honestly, I just want to see Klay Thompson come back and, with a longer off season where he's not, still worried about the
not
effects
playing pickup.
Yeah, because he tore his Achilles last time he did. Just let him have a little bit of a normal where he doesn't win a championship on his first season back, after 2 years. I mean, that's a little bit crazy. And there are things, obviously, where, look, as soon as we lost, the first thing that came to my mind was, what would I do in terms of player development? What skills would help our guys get better? Before trading, cutting, anything like that. I think that's a much healthier way because you don't know who's going to be on the team, but now what the guys who already were on the team could do,
That goes for everybody. And as we were going through the whole salary cap of the Warriors, I know I put the 76ers up here just now because Percy is in the comments talking about Embiid. But and we'll look at everything, but I talked myself into thinking that it would just be good if everybody played better because our contracts, our salary cap is very difficult to maneuver unless you were just like, well, all right, we're going to trade the contract of Poole because that's the most tradable contract right now, and we're just going to do it, and we're going to lose all the things that Poole brings. And in talking through that, I was thinking, maybe finding downhill guys in the NBA is actually kind of hard.
It is hard.
Yeah.
Guys who can actually attack the hoop off the dribble for what? A vet man?
Right. Well, you'd have to trade for one back, but then how would you get that one back? Are you hoping you get a cheaper Malik Monk out there, or what are you hoping for?
Malik Monk didn't play, he didn't play in that series. Anyway, what I will say.
Malik Monk? What do you mean? Our series?
Yeah. He didn't play heavy minutes, right? He didn't.
Malik was a factor though.
Oh, Monk. Sorry, for
Yeah.
some reason I heard Beasley. Yeah, Malik Monk. Right. Yes.
I'm just saying
My
there's
bad.
not a whole lot of Malik Monks out there to just go get. People thinking that
We got one. It was
let's just
Dante.
go.
But sometimes guys just have perfect seasons. Other times, and Dante played really well. Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
Here's one thing I will tell you though: we had Ryan Rollins, Patrick Baldwin Jr., Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Jordan Poole, Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, all playing important minutes. That's 7 guys, and they're all not actual vets. Jerome and Lamb weren't real vets who'd been on teams playing heavy minutes. You know what I mean? That's just too much youth. Like, obviously Moody and Kuminga, I think it doesn't make any sense trading them because their value isn't as high as their talent suggests it could be, and their money isn't there yet to make it work. Poole, I love. I think with his hard work and being now shown that to win you have to do something a little differently, right? It's hard to tell people, hey, we need to work on this when it just won us a title. But after a second round loss, and with the money starting to come in, I still believe in Jordan Poole. That is a very valuable contract though for the dude is averaging what, 24, 25 points a game as your lead ball handler. Shot from three is a little lower than you would have wanted, but there's a lot of difficult shots. I think there are a lot of teams out there that might take a bite. But what the first thing in roster construction that we have to do is a little bit of size and a lot more vets. Like, now that we don't have a mid-level, I think you try and get as many real veterans. No matter, honestly, Derrick Rose, Joe Ingles, I don't know. I would take a flyer on Andre Drummond, something like that, like guys who've actually really been around the league a lot and know the locker room, because obviously Iguodala's probably not, at least on the bench,
They've got a team option for Rose at $15 million. So that would be a trade. And,
I don't know if the Knicks want to pay Derrick Rose $15 million.
Right. So that could be a trade.
Yeah.
Trade piece.
And I do have a trade idea. But
you said
we can talk about that later.
Ingles is on. Who is Ingles on? I forget.
He's on the Bucks.
Okay.
But I think he's an unrestricted free agent.
$6 million unrestricted. Yeah. So that'll be impossible.
Huh?
That'll be impossible, right? Because
why?
Can't do a sign and trade. We'll get hard capped.
No, he's an unrestricted free agent going to 24, right? Or is that 20?
No, right here it says this summer.
Let's see. I thought he was an unrestricted free agent.
I mean, he's an unrestricted free agent, yeah. So unless he wants to come here for.
Yeah, I think Ingles coming off that injury. He's
minimum. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he's like 35 years old. Yeah, on a team that would be a perfect fit. I mean, I at least try and speak to him about it.
There's only 450 players in the league. We're speaking to everybody. I think.
Oh yeah, of course. But I mean,
that it's not hard to. I used to talk to probably 250 captains and co-captains put together in my basketball league. It's not that hard to have.
Right, but I mean, as a priority type veteran signing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where I've watched him a lot. He would be a perfect fit for this team if he's willing to come in on a bit. But just guys kind of like that.
Amy doesn't want trades. She bleeds blue and gold. All right, so Jamal Murray to the line. And the score is now 23.
What are they reviewing this?
looks like this is going to be a pretty close game.
Looks that way so far, definitely.
Yeah, I wonder how they're going to review this because I don't think it's a flagrant.
No, he's going for the ball.
But it's a new NBA. You never. What was Jamal hurt by this? Did he fall down? And because
I think he did lay on the ground for a second, but
yeah,
they're not showing him now, so I think he's okay.
It's a new NBA where you just never know. It depends on your crew and how they're feeling. Let me watch
this. I think I wouldn't call this because it's clear that while there was contact to the face and that's a foul.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep, flagrant.
Wow. So I would not have called that. I would not have called that because
it was incidental. You know? That I've been sitting here all year saying it's a coin flip.
It's not a flagrant. You know, I want to be surprised. Can they challenge it? I've never seen anyone do that.
To be surprised?
Yeah, I want to be surprised that there's a call that doesn't make sense to me. Not that I disagree with or agree with, but that doesn't make sense. How is that a flagrant?
He hit the head first. It's a flagrant
for the ball.
He hit the head. That's what I'm gathering all season. You know, in game one,
in that case,
I was you in game one, but after 82 games of 2022-23, it's always a coin flip.
In that case, though, Steph should probably be shooting 9-10 free throws a game, right? How many times does that 6'2" point guard get smacked around? Nothing.
I know.
Okay, whatever. Yeah. Fine.
Yep, I know. It's sad.
If that was Curry, he'd be going to the line shooting too.
Hit his nose first and then hit the shoulder. And it's just unfortunate.
I guess. It was a flagrant one, though. Yeah, he's still out there in the court.
Oh, yeah, definitely not a 2.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Oh, my gosh. I totally forgot Denver had Reggie Jackson. What a piece to bring off the bench, man. That's nice.
Did the Clippers cut him? I think they might have.
I thought he was traded, but
was he?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I thought they waived it or something.
Be a good journalist here and go Reggie Jackson wiki. Show it up in the. Not that Reggie Jackson.
Yeah.
Reggie Jackson NBA wiki. Born 1990. Oh, let's scroll down.
Oh.
Traded to the Hornets. Oh, buyout.
Buyout. It was a buyout, right?
Yeah.
So we wouldn't have been able to sign him next year. Can you believe it?
I know, huh?
Unbelievable. How dare you spend money and increase the tax revenue for other teams and do what you need to do to win. We'll punish you for it. Here you go, teams that never spend any money or try and compete. You get benefits.
I was just scrolling on Milwaukee, 23-23, Jeff Green down the lane. Oh,
yeah.
Darvin's not going to be happy about that. That was a little bit too easy of a dunk for the old man, but
definitely over Davis.
Scrolling away from the Bucks, saw they got Marjon Beauchamp, right? Touted draft pick and everything. Can I dispel another myth? We're not trading Kuminga. I mean, maybe as part of a package, but why would you trade a guy? This salary is a huge discount for what he's worth.
Yeah, it would have to be.
It'd be dumb to trade him. Like
it'd have to be that you're trading Kuminga one place for a bunch of draft picks or something, and we're
not doing
Poole
that.
Or Wiggins, along with those draft picks for like a starter, because you can't really trade for a guy coming off the bench. And also, it worries me. The Wiseman thing was fine. He didn't fit. It didn't work here. We got Gary Payton the second back, but we can't trade low contract, low stock on a high draft pick again. We have to do something else other than that.
We're not trading him for draft picks, though.
Well, it's to get draft picks to put along with a bigger contract to move to get a star. Our own picks, that other team, and that'd be like a 3-way trade. And if we're desperate, we can always go to. That's why the 2 timeline thing still is important. Is because I hate to use that, but it still is important. It's because it's how the Warriors have valuable assets to put around our trinity, our trio of guys. But man, we have to at least let Kuminga play. They were playing Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome over Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody last year. And, it worked for Moody. He played really well in the playoffs, but we have to play these guys significant minutes this year. We just have to find a way, Oh, Davis. What? Do they call that offensive goaltending? No way.
All right.
It wasn't. Not even close.
Thanks for watching the game, actually, because I started going off on a tangent. Oh, no. Wow. All things considered, now that I look up, there's 9.6 seconds left, Nuggets to inbound. They threw the ball away 2 times right after tip-off. For it to be 27? Yeah. For it to be 27 apiece, this is great for the Nuggets. And they get the last shot.
Well, they were down, what, 2-6?
They were down 5-zip.
5-zip,
with,
right.
I think Anthony Davis down the lane for a runner, and he missed it. It would have been 7-zip. Usually AD makes that. So I think that was a good quarter for the Nuggets, considering they just gave the ball away 2 straight times. Very Warrior-like, as I mentioned off the bat.
The 2 greatest players, in my opinion, are Bill Russell and Michael Jordan. And I noticed that their team might be missing shots, whatever. But Russell, his whole career, and Jordan, once he learned how to win, those teams almost never made mistakes. Real terrible mistakes, And when they did, they made up for them very quickly. And Jokic, he looks like he's on that other tier of guys who can start to do it for whole seasons. So, the Nuggets and the Lakers, obviously those are 2 offenses being directed by Nikola Jokic and LeBron James, So they have a capacity just like when, Steph and Draymond are really locked in. They can, and especially if there's a KD there, then this has the potential of being greatest team of all time level execution, right? But I don't think the Warriors were able to do that this season, and both of these guys are able to do it this season in a way where, with the Westbrook thing last season for the Lakers and the injuries to the Nuggets, they weren't, and we were. So that's just the NBA. There's only one guy who's ever done it his whole career, and that's Russell. So, there's growth, and you lose, you grow, you win again, and you still try to keep growing, but it's not different. So there's a loss that comes, and that makes you really grow a lot more, and you win again, and that's basketball. These guys are 2 5-star generals going at it, man. They really are.
Okay. Someone just mentioned Cat. I don't think he's, if you're gonna go for Cat, why not just if you're gonna mega trade for Cat, then just mega trade for Embiid.
I think he has a huge contract,
Yeah, we're talking huge contract type mega deals.
And one of those would be what? Wiggins, sending him back to Minnesota?
Right, that's not going to work. They don't want that. So it would be
they might now.
A mega deal with Poole, but that salary
is not enough. We have to take back less money than we trade out now. We have to take back less, by the way.
Oh, really? That's a CBA thing?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah, for the super tax or second apron, as they're calling it. I like super tax a little better. But,
second apron, so we have to take back less salary. Oh, so that's just a blanket rule. Just a simple blanket rule. You have to take back less
for the teams in the super tax or the second apron. Yeah.
Wow, I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah.
So we can't get anything more than Jordan Poole's salary back in a straight trade.
Yeah, if it's just 1 for 1, yeah, we have to take back less than that. Yeah.
Man.
We can't get Embiid unless we trade Klay, probably. And
nobody wants to play at 40 million. Sorry.
I don't want to trade one of the toughest players in the league.
I also don't want to trade him, but
for a guy who hasn't proven that he can get out of the second round.
There's not a single GM out there that wants to pay 43 million to Klay. Really. Even our GM doesn't want to do that. It's what we have to do, but that's way too high. But he's earned it, but it's way too high.
Yes, but
the output.
But let's just let Klay Thompson, and we know what his personality is like. Let's let him get in the gym, get comfortable and confident again. You know, have a real off season, which he hasn't had in 7 years, really. Because off season rehab. That's not easy, you know. And let's see how he comes back before we pass any judgment on this dude who's delivered time and time and time and time again for this team. Please. Nothing makes me angrier than people who critique Klay Thompson. Really. Because you don't know what that dude's been through just to keep playing in this league. It's that doesn't just happen, you know? So yeah, Klay's contract is way too high for what we got out of him. In the playoffs, he had a pretty good regular season, I think. But let's see what he can do. Lakers, little mini run here. Nuggets timeout, 34-27.
7-0 run.
They haven't scored in this quarter, right? The Nuggets.
Oh, look at LeBron is talking to Austin Reaves about something. I wonder what that was. I wasn't watching the game at all, so
I didn't notice.
Yeah, right after the timeout. So that's where I would probably break down the film a little bit, see what happened. But I need to do that for the Warriors. I'd love to see how the series evolved with the Lakers and just go through that again. So Amy, looks like I might do a breakdown. Might take me some time, but try and do one. We are financially strapped.
Yeah, but we do have
precisely why I said we should just play better with what we have.
Well, we have to play the talented players we have too, you know?
Yeah.
We have to play I do think there's a tendency not to play Peyton enough that we've seen through the playoffs. We obviously have to get Kuminga in a position where he's able to play, you know? Just have to. And Moody's proven everything I need to see, really. You know, as long as he keeps it up, keeps doing the same things, he'll definitely get minutes. Bruce said Jordan Brand wins again, which doesn't surprise me at all. Of course they did, but what are you talking about? What do you mean? Naz Reid is not on a veteran minimum. He was a second-round draft pick or something like that, and they're definitely going to sign him to more money because he's played that well.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's not – he's 22, I think, believe it or not, a little loon-ish, where it seems like he's been in the league and looks pretty old, looks like he's in his 30s. But, yeah, I think that he's definitely – and why would he leave? You know what I mean? To go into cap space, maybe, but probably the Timberwolves are able to offer him a lot more money than any other team. I'm just looking at this this playoffs championship thing, you know, and man, we're right on the cusp of almost everybody that they showed. Really, you know, we've experienced all of that. 6 finals, 4 titles, and watching Dirk, you know, have to leave because he was so emotional. He won 1 championship, went to 2 finals. It's just, man, you know, Lakers haven't won 2 titles since 2009-10, you know, and we did it 2018-22. That's crazy. Just have to be appreciative of everything we've had, and the fact that it sounds like all of our guys want to keep going. You know, you never know what those exit interviews are going to sound like. There's going to be a lot of deflection and not answering questions. And they were positive and kind of brutally honest with themselves, at least, and to some degree, the teammates, which was great to see. I mean, that's exactly the type of exit interviews I want to hear. Lakers up by 9 now. Oh, I gave him the broadcaster's curse. Nuggets hit 3. Who was that? Murray? Oh, LeBron missed a bunny. Uh-oh.
Oh, KCP missed a 3. He wants to get his old team back, I'm sure. And Rui downhill. Man,
KCP,
Rui's impressive.
KCP, he was really, really good for this Lakers team in the bubble. He was maybe the 4th most important player, actually. Something like that, maybe 5th. Yeah, probably. Well, LeBron, AD, Caruso, Rondo, KCP. And Kuzma was important. You know, they had a good team. Also, this Lakers team that eliminated the Warriors, you know, Coach Kerr mentioned that their team with obviously 2 all-time great talents, and they had an edge, you know, having lost in the first round of 21 and missed the playoffs last year.
Yep.
If we can do that after a pretty honorable second-round exit and get back to that level of hunger, you know, next season, that'll be very important. That'll be very important.
I think that is a huge thing that not enough people are talking about, and people are underestimating, is that hunger and the edge and the chip on your shoulder. And oh wow, LeBron
twice in a row. My goodness.
They dodged a bullet, the Nuggets did. Dodged 2 bullets. They're still up.
Oh, you got too fancy. What are you doing? Just put the ball out. There's no reason to do that. You're 38.
So back to what I was saying. I don't think
those foot might be hurting.
It's been it's been sort of swept under the rug.
What?
That the Warriors didn't have the chip on their shoulder.
It was a brutal season.
There's nothing you can do about it.
it was also a brutal season, you know? Guys in and out, all the tension from the Draymond punching Jordan at the beginning of the season. That I don't think that that one incident probably could have been overcome had other things gone better. But what did Wiggins miss? 3.5 months?
Yeah, a lot.
He never missed more than 15 games in his whole career. You know, we started off the season trying to figure out how to make Wiseman work.
Right.
Which seems like forever ago. But that's just a tough, brutal, fairly boring, you know, season to play in for these guys with a lot of like, hey, we're there at home, and then oh, we're not there yet on the road. That's just, and then it still
that's where the
felt like
hunger came in.
these guys couldn't.
No chip on the shoulder, and then you're throwing the ball away to the other team against Orlando and Charlotte.
And it still felt like it was kind of hard for the players to really get like, hey, we need to change. Like, oh, we've been through a tough spot before. We won it last year. It's like maybe and I still think losing in 6 to Lakers in the second round is not the worst outcome in the world by any means.
Exactly.
I think that was not bad actually.
Exactly.
I mean, we were pretty close to being down 3-1 to the Kings.
Yep.
So, man, and we could have won that game 4 too. We really could have. Just a couple mistakes, not enough open shots made. So, I hope Bob is back. You know, I don't know who's. I guess probably Jerry West and Red Auerbach are considered to be the 2 greatest GMs ever. But Myers really has a pretty strong case of being a top 5 GM ever. Really, ever.
It's ridiculous how
maybe top 3.
It's absolutely. Don't go to Twitter. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, he only drafted Harrison Barnes, Draymond Green. Now West was there until 2017 as an advisor.
Absolutely.
And honestly, I'd be cool if Myers wanted to remain an advisor rather than the official GM. Give him a little bit more flexibility, you know, a little bit more time to say, well, I can do a lot more stuff at home with my family, but still be around, still help out with that. You know, if it's just, hey man, it doesn't really matter, the money, like no matter what you pay me. I mean, obviously, if you pay him $100 million, he's going to come back. But you know, if he wants to do that, fine. Also, I looked up who the number 1 paid GM in the league is. And I couldn't find the numbers because it's not a public thing, really. It's not like player salaries. Do you know who it is, Rich? The highest paid GM in the NBA?
I do not know. But a couple things came out of the woodwork today. 10 million was the figure that Mark Willard of 95.7 made. LeBron, didn't land perfectly, and it's that left foot again.
Yeah.
What he's going through right now, I can feel the pain because I've been there with the foot having the sharp pain.
Oh, I've had plantar fasciitis before, and it feels like your foot's getting ripped in half. It really does. Like, you know, like just that feeling of something being like a cable being ripped, but you can feel it. It feels terrible, man. This guy's, you know, it's not like he generally plays without using a lot of athleticism, but it's also LeBron James, man. Him and Steph, best conditioned athletes in the NBA, I'd say. So he's able to keep going, which is why I think we still might be have a little bit more of a title window than people are saying, with Wardell under contract until 26, the highest paid GM in the league, making that $10 million mark that you were talking about, is Daryl Morey for the Philadelphia 76ers. Would you guys rather have Bob Myers or Daryl Morey? Because that's not even a question for me. I'm going Myers all day, every day. So, just be thankful that, that we have a guy who's that competent. And pray, honestly, that he comes back, because we'll be okay. But it would really, really help having his basketball mind up there, and being also an agent, coming from that side of the business, and knowing, like, do I think I could put together good roster combination ideas? Yeah. But do I know what players are going through when they're talking to their agents about where to go? No. I've never been a player or an agent. I have no idea, It's not just that. Like, it's all the experience that he has. And just Steph has one of the great all-time career roster, like top 14 plus him. And that's Bob Myers, man. So anyway, Lakers still up by 11 here. Going a nice steady pace, both teams. Nuggets obviously trying to come back into the game. Oh, missed wide open Austin Reaves 3 leads to a Jokic touchdown pass to Murray for the dunk, who did not try to windmill it. Just put it up and in. Blazing, so glad I deleted that dumb Bluebird app. Best decision so far in 2023. Twitter can be useful, but I don't need it. And yeah.
If you get some of your news from Bleacher Report, you're pretty much covered.
Really? Or honestly,
if you needed by the minute beat writer stuff from the Warriors like I do, then use Twitter for that.
Well, the internet as a whole can be used for, information, and it's pretty amazing, you have all the information in the world just right here in your laptop or in your pocket or on your watch or whatever, But I'm real sick and tired of people posting GIFs of a guy slamming a door in someone's face, and that, like, this is what the Warriors need to do to Klay Thompson. Man, wow. Okay.
There's just.
Why didn't you say that after we won the title? Like, end on a high note. No, of course he didn't. Because he proved it to you. And it's all only about reaction, There's no belief in a take. Nobody sticks to their guns, There's not even that. It's just, who would actually want to hang out with the online personality that a lot of people show? Like, would you actually want to hang out with that person? Know, right? Oh, wow, you hate everything.
I mean, I had to.
Let's go hang out all night, buddy.
I admit, I had to just stop it with the texting with my dad. He seems like an outraged Twitter guy right now.
What, sports-wise, or
saying Steve doesn't know how to develop big men? I'm going, oh, wait a minute, isn't Looney a top 10 rebounder, a top 10 center in the league suddenly? Then he goes, here's the outraged Twitter response. He goes, but Popovich had Duncan and Robinson. There's two of them right there.
In 1990,
okay, I'm done with you. I'm done with you now. You're not in a state. You're upset that the Warriors didn't achieve your,
man,
of getting to the conference finals. So now you're nitpicking on shit, and it's annoying. Whatever I say at this point,
did you see this Jokic shot?
Whatever I say at this point, you're not going to hear anyways. So why would I even bother? Yeah, it's sad. My own blood has gone the way of outraged Twitter guy who doesn't have Twitter.
It's because it really hurts when you lose. And
yeah.
And again, I think most people hate losing more than they love winning, which makes winning normal and losing a terrible thing that you have to respond to.
Yeah.
But we have a good team. We have all-time great players. We have plenty of. It's an expensive roster, but we have assets. And
KCP.
Yeah. Oh, Lakers taking timeout. It's been cut to 5 here.
Daniel West.
A little 6-0 run for the Nuggets.
That's the third thing I think Steve can improve on. I'm not undermining Steve, but one thing.
Oh no! Everybody needs to improve. Everybody needs to improve after this season. No doubt. We need to improve too. But
I've always thought that improvements. What was my 3? One was deploying JK as a fence bender, and those are the words of Draymond. So,
I like the fence bender. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a big man, just a fence bender that can change the game athletically.
Yep.
The other one was using more first half timeouts. Like Steven, I can't remember the third one yet, but I'm not going to go like my dad, go crazy and say, "Oh, we can't develop big men. Look at Popovich. He developed Tim Duncan and David Robinson." Oh my gosh!
I'm sure if you gave that. Also, Popovich did not develop David Robinson. I would like to point out.
I know.
David Robinson was an MVP.
Tim Duncan was pretty damn good out of the box.
He was
from Wake Forest.
I think he had some low numbers of MVP votes in his rookie year or something. Also, if you give Coach Kerr Tim Duncan, I think he'd be okay. You know, Wiseman, Tim Duncan is not. He's a good player, I think, in this league. Once he,
it's a different era. Yeah,
it's a different era, and also
he was injured. Everybody forgets that he was injured for a year and a half,
and he's also not Tim Duncan. Let's not put pressure on him like that. Come on, Tim Duncan's got 5 rings.
See, how many games in a college season? 40. He played about 120 less. Played about 120 less college games before he got to the NBA.
Right.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Oh, nice little tic-tac-toe here from Lake Show.
Man, even though I want the Nuggets to win, man, Rui, I love Rui, man. He can play.
Oh, you like an Asian player out there, Rich, do you?
Maybe. Yeah.
I work at a Japanese restaurant, so I'm always rooting for Rui Hachimura, man.
So athletic. Look at that.
Well, it's just very, he kind of, I don't want to sound sacrilegious here, but he kind of reminds me of what Giannis might have been when he was first drafted, and he was like 6'9", and had he not developed the super athletic and highly, that mixed interior dominance and outside passing ability, had he not become a superstar, I think Murray's kind of a little bit like very young Giannis on that. His size and kind of a small big or a big wing type. Well, he can shoot a little better from 3. And he's not Giannis. I'm not saying that, but I like him. So, arigato gozaimasu.
Had a hard time against Shaq. Yeah. I'm with you, Blasian.
He had a hard time against Shaq. I don't think that'd be on a list of career, disappointments for me. I had a hard time playing against Shaquille O'Neal. Oh, really? Oh, did you see the Shaq Kareem interview?
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, actually, I saw a little snippet of it.
It's all on YouTube. The whole interview's on YouTube.
Cool, man.
Or at least it was last. Sometimes they take those down, but I think it's. Dave
likes on here.
It was really nice, man.
23 likes. Oh, we only got 33 concurrents. Oh man.
Oh. Really?
Please splash the like button. I'm glad to have you 33 on here.
Definitely.
Cool, man. Yeah. You know, mentalities like, sorry if I sounded like I was mad at Iggy. That's why we have this chat. It's different than Twitter, you know. We grow together as we enjoy NBA games unfold in the background. Wow, 49-48. They're right back in it. Bruce, they're right back in it. So that's a cool.
Oh no, I don't speak Japanese, but
Oops.
I do know a couple phrases from where I work. And obviously mentality we do a little bit, we do cover the games a little bit more when they are the Warriors rather than just hanging out and chatting. But I don't know if we've been here too much before, but you know, we're just trying to create a place where fans have high level basketball conversations, but low level anger and stress. We don't like to lose. We don't like to see our team lose at all. But we're also not going to throw people under the bus or, just generally act kind of obnoxious. We try not to do that.
We made a play to get really.
Lakers haven't made a field goal in 7 minutes. It's been all free throws. Iguodala is a legend forever, and honestly, I don't know about a statue, but it's gonna be like as soon as the Warriors, whatever they're. I think different teams have different codes for retiring numbers, but he's absolutely going to be involved with this franchise. As long as he wants to be, there'll never be a number 9 ever worn in Golden State again.
Steve always mentions him, like whenever the question on the podium is about, Steph, Klay, and Draymond, he always immediately adds Andre.
Yeah,
to that, and that's really cool.
Well, we're gonna have to prove now that we can do it without him for the first time ever. Oh, I mean, for the first time since the '70s with Rick Barry, at least. We haven't really done much without Andre Iguodala still, and it is Steph, Klay, and Dray, but Iguodala, just the person he is and the tone he set, the fact that you take this guy who I always thought was really underrated in Philadelphia, who never came off the bench ever, and he sets that tone, does whatever the team needs. There we go. We could use more alley-oops maybe on the Warriors, by the way. They seem like easy shots. And I can't remember the last time we saw the Warriors convert an alley-oop. I really can't.
Yeah.
It was when? Probably Draymond to J-Mike at some point, But
yeah. Again, I think it's that fence bender type of thing, that when you don't really have an athletic team out there, it's hard because then you got 4 or 5 spots already solidified more as skill possessions. Steph, Klay, Dray, Looney. Then you got to get JK in there in the mix.
Well, all we need is a guy like Hachimura to be able to throw it to,
Yeah.
And we have Jonathan Kuminga.
But guys like Hachimura aren't all that available all over. Oops, Lakers. And Hachimura is making $8 million. Down 5, I think.
No. I don't mean I don't mean to say that we need to go get a Hachimura or whatever. Just we have some guys. Well, yeah, it's all just about the fence bender thing, you know.
Also, there's going to be fence benders in the draft, but as I've been saying in the comments, I think I've come to learn that we're not going to play anybody 21 years old or under.
Well, we have to play Kuminga and Moody though.
I mean, through the draft, yeah.
Right. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, with our need for veterans and the loss of the mid-level, it may be that these next coming drafts, and we have to draft this year, we have to draft next year, or we're going to lose our pick next year. Hopefully, it's a top 4 protected pick that's going to the Grizzlies, which means we have to draft in 25. It may be, but you can draft and then trade that pick. It may be possible that's how you get a mid-level type talent. You know, maybe somebody else's mid-level player from the year before and take a flyer on some guys. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Warriors do try to package that pick with, you know, or just trade it for a similar salary of an older player, you know.
Wow. Mentality's got season tickets.
Thank you, Amy.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. Amy, the queen of the chat. The queen of Let's Go Warriors.
This is a good one, too. Screenshotting some of these.
Well, the whole love thing is it may be hard to leave Miami with the kind of success that they're having right now. With what Miami's doing, man, that's pretty ridiculous here now. They don't have Tyler Hero. Duncan Robinson's not playing consistently. So it's Jimmy Bam, undrafted players, G Leaguers, and second-round picks. And they're in the conference finals. They're up 1-0.
Yeah, it's
like they have nothing to lose, too. They know they have nothing to lose. And I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, there's always going to be an upset all-star type player who's asking for a trade. The Warriors obviously are going to be in the mix for that, but the Heat are also probably going to be in the mix for that too. All right, Rich, I'm going to take a quick break here, if that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
They also lost Oladipo, right?
All right. Okay, trying to answer some more stuff in the comments. Let me send some screenshots to myself. These are good. Try and put them on Instagram coming up. So if you want to see yourself on Instagram, go check out our Instagram, which I only really use for stories. And then also I use for stuff like the Giannis myth, the Giannis clickbait that everybody's drinking the Kool-Aid on. Both radio stations are thinking Giannis wants to come to the Warriors when he actually said he doesn't. He doesn't want to come here. Hilarious. It's just very irresponsible journalism. Okay. So let's take a look at that one. 110 mark. Looking at the Giannis irresponsible journalism. Clickbait. Splicing out the part where Giannis said he's not coming to the Warriors. And if he says he's not coming to the Warriors, why do people keep saying, oh, but I wish he comes to the Warriors? He just told you he's not coming, and you're still wishing for it. This is worse than the first time when he signed the extension. Oh gosh. So you gotta go a little bit into it. Into the first one is the one that I posted, which was the one on Twitter, which cut off the last part. This part, here it is.
Somebody, bro, please come to the Warriors. Somebody say, please come to the Warriors. Hey. Hey. Hey.
And then they cut it off right there. But this is what he said.
And I'm not that kind of guy. Thanks.
I'm not that kind of guy. Thanks. End of story. Oh my gosh. Everybody else, 95.7 literally went on the air. Oh, did you hear that Giannis wants to come to the Warriors, or he made it seem like he does? No, he didn't. He actually said the opposite, but go ahead. Go ahead and be an irresponsible journalist and tell the whole world, because you have this massive audience, but your audience remains low IQ. It just does. We're the 1% of 1%. Let's Go Warriors is for the 1% of 1%. It will always be that way. So it is just different, right? Totally different. Like the whole Bay Area and most of dumb nation. Oh gosh. Most of local dumb nation instead of dub nation is going to think that Giannis wants to come to the Warriors, when in fact the whole time, according to this clip right here, the rest of the clip said that he doesn't want to come here. And it's end of story. And yet they're going to run with it. And then KNBR sees that 95 Cent posted it. So we're going to post it too. We have to, because I'm the social media manager. At least I'm not calling that person an intern. Full-time salary position. So it's not an intern, but usually intern is a derogatory term. But anyways, the social media manager, full-time salary and benefits, says, oh my gosh, I better do this because the competing radio station did it. So I've got to tweet it out as well. Giannis looks interested in coming to the Warriors. Tweet. Man, that's irresponsible journalism. Totally irresponsible. You did not look into that one iota. You just saw something on Twitter. You saw it related. Somebody who has a lot of followers and has influence with their tweets in Warriors Twitter, you took that as gospel. You're supposed to be the media. And I've been criticized as being too small time. Are you kidding me? Like, Let's Go Warriors literally does more homework than 90% of all the media out there. And not to mention, I think The Athletic had a brain fart. They went and touted their latest article that had Bob Myers in it. They're saying, oh, the sides are far apart. And I think it was more driven by Shams. Shams has some information that the sides are apart and have been apart for several months. And I'm sure Anthony Slater's sitting there going, yeah, but everybody knows that, right? Like he even went on 95.7. Bob Myers literally has gone on 95.7 and said that he didn't want to talk about his contract extension until the end of the season, which the end of the season was 5 days ago. So then, so then I'm sure the Athletic social media person was like, wait, no, but that's Shams and Let me tweet it out because I'm the expert on Twitter. Yeah, but you're sending out clickbait. That's yellow journalism. That's literally yellow journalism because that's not news. The stuff in your article that's news, new information, news, was that Bob Myers has been offered positions at private equity funds and might go into media because of the podcast. Who was the guy that speculated way back at the beginning of the year when everybody was saying, "Oh, you got to pay Bob, pay him, otherwise Steve Ballmer is going to pay him more"? I was the only one that said, "Wait, guys, don't you think maybe Bob's maybe a little burnt out? Maybe he just doesn't want to be GM. It doesn't necessarily mean that, oh, I'm not getting paid enough. I'm going to go to the Clippers because I'm not getting paid enough by Lacob." Like, you just put two and two together. You go, I see Bob and Joe talking to each other at every single game. It looks like they're having, open talks and, serious business type stuff. It never looks like, it's the type of stuff where, if you wanted a guy, you keep talking to him about every game. That's Joe. Like, if you didn't want a guy and you wanted to shortchange him and not give him the salary he deserves, then you would avoid him. But you see him all the time. So I just put two and two together. So I've been saying that since January. Now, all of a sudden, everybody's going, "Oh, well, Myers might just want to walk away." I mean, I'm glad you confirmed that, but like, we knew this on this channel. We knew that since January, and it's not anything. I don't have those sources. It's just, I've been part of the family for 10 years. So I get how the heart beats with the Warriors. I just do. If you went to every practice for 10 years, your heart would beat at the same rate as the Warriors. You would walk into the Chase Center practice facility and you go, this shit has Steve Kerr's name written all over it. This is a culture. This isn't a head coach. Things like that, you would get that. And that's stuff that I can only just tell you. I can't really explain it all that much to you. You just got to feel it. So that's why I say, tell all the Warriors fans let them know that, hey, this dude on Let's Go Warriors, he bleeds blue and gold and he never throws anybody under the bus, which, by the way, is how the 18th and 19th man on the roster would act. Number one, you support your guys and you understand them. And plus, he's never outraged. Why should he be? And by the way, I learned half of that from Steve Kerr himself and Steph Curry. There is this real actual thing that's called osmosis. If you're sitting there with a camera filming Steph Curry every single day at practice, don't you think some of what comes out of his mouth seeps into your brain just naturally? So this is the channel that embodies the Warriors more than any other place anywhere on the internet. And let people know. It's hard to explain. I've just spent 5 minutes trying to explain it using the Giannis journalism, the research to go find this clip, the full clip. I'm not going to give my secrets away, how I found this, but I found it, right? That's my value to the community. And I just wish more people knew about this. And it's not going to happen on Twitter, because on Twitter, people are already an outraged zombie. That's irreversible. Unless you go like Blasian and you say, I've just had enough of this. I'm done with the app. I can get my information from Let's Go Warriors and Bleacher Report, what have you. Maybe just use Twitter as I do for notifications by Shams, Anthony Slater, Tim Kawakami, all the Warriors beat writers. And that's it. I'm not listening to any other noise. And I think I just with this Giannis thing, I don't know how to explain it. I think I feel bad for all the people that have been duped. So now you're going to go off on some tangent that gives you hope for Giannis when you really shouldn't have that. And not having hope that Giannis will ever be a Warrior is not a bad thing, but it's information for you to process. So like when everybody else wastes their time looking at, how can we trade for Giannis and this, that, and then they get distracted and everything this falls back on, we should just go get Giannis. I'm not having a good day. We should just go get Giannis. Then you don't need to resort to that, addiction of those sort of, emotions that will bail you out of a bad spot type thing. The blame game, So this is just one example. This is a very innocent, very almost innocuous example, but it is an example of where Twitter's going to go that way and we're going to go that way. And you know what? Our way is actually the right way. It's actually the place where you'll get real information. So that's my 7-minute spiel of, or let's go Warriors. Somebody clip that and send it out to social media because I don't know if I have time for that. So I just parlayed Giannis into much more. But anyways, welcome back, Dean. Glad to have you.
What's up, Rich? Absolutely. Look, man, if we can get Giannis, we definitely should. Let's wait for real information where he's not on a live stream going, okay, you like that idea? I got to say my favorite part. And then he said, I'm not that kind of guy. And he's under contract. And obviously, probably, the Bucks don't want to do that. So if there's a trade request, we can talk about it. Instagram Live, which thankfully was just him laughing. This, NBA player on Instagram Live. That's not information. Game's back.
Yeah. Bakers take a 7-point lead.
I would like to say one or two things real quick.
Yeah, man, go ahead. I'm done talking. Talk too much.
First, I regret not saying this earlier. Being a Let's Go Warriors channel, obviously some of the most memorable and important things that ever happened were those 4 straight finals against the Cavaliers. So when I heard that Dan Gilbert's son died of fibromyalgia at the age of 26, I just, having grown up, I was still in high school, watching him. I'm only a year older than watching him in high school at the draft lottery, just beaming and crying when they won the title. And 26 years old, that's terrible, man. And especially when you got to see them for a team you weren't rooting for me, but you got to see them more than normal and see how much joy he had for the game of basketball. And obviously how hard it would be to lose a son after years of battling with that disease. My heart goes out, to them in that regard. What was his name? I want to. Nick Gilbert. Yeah. So, rest in peace, Nick. It's good seeing you. Also, our guy Wardell, StephenCurry II, starting off the 23-24 season off right by winning the Walter J. Kennedy Citizenship Award, which, other than the pandemic, has been handed out since 1974. It's the first time a Warriors ever won it. It's from the Professional Basketball Writers Association. And it's handed out to a player, coach, or GM, a player, coach, or trainer who who has done the most for their community in a given season. And some people don't care about citizenship awards, but we know Steph earned that. And I'm glad to see him getting recognized for all the hard work that he's done year in and year out throughout the Bay Area and just all over, this country and the world too. So happy for my guy. Starting off right. Eat, learn, play, baby. And obviously Aisha Curry is big in that too. So wonderful to see that. Let's see. I think there was one more thing, but I can't remember what it is right now.
Yeah, it's all good.
Never hated first because you hated on an initial hater. I don't hear you hating, Rich. I hear you being a hard-boiled
just in case
journalist.
Yeah.
And I think you could dress up for Halloween as a hard-boiled detective, honestly. I could see that working for you. I don't think we hate on anybody. You hate the sin rather than the sinner. You hate the fact that someone else is, hey, we're constantly trying to hey, be better. Don't act like that. D'Lo, man, he hits those little foul line fadeaway jumpers all the time, man. He's really good at that. I'd love to see Jordan Poole add that slowness to his game, honestly.
There you go. That's great.
Look, he's just probing. One burst of quickness, slow back down.
Nice. Never hear anybody on Twitter just say that. It's not throwing Jordan Poole under the bus. And at the same time, by the way, you're praising a former Warrior that got constantly thrown under the bus. Man, it's just such a simple hot take that more people should do.
What did he do for us other than get us both Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga without ever complaining? Did he ever say one bad thing about us? I didn't hear it ever. Did he want to beat us? Yeah, he obviously really wanted to beat us. All the Lakers did, of course. We're the defending champs. But what? I really want to know how these people would act if they were an assistant coach. What would you do?
Yeah.
Would you blow up the team? Would you go up to the the microphone and give a terrible press conference? What would you do?
Where can I find this? Oh gosh. I gotta find it first, guys. I got something funny for you on that one. Where am I gonna find this?
Oh, let's bring up.
Oh, here we go. Check this out. Check this out, guys. I mean, send it to myself. Okay. Where's my cursor? There it is. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this. I'd be an improvement over 90% of the putzes who handle personnel in the game. Oh my gosh. So what you just mentioned has actually happened on Twitter. It's nuts.
Yeah, I listen to Cyrus from time to time. And he does really bleed Warriors. He really loves his team. But, like a lot of podcasters and a lot of other journalists out there, look, it's a groupthink thing, really, Rich. You know how, if one person starts talking like this, that dude's an idiot, and you just kind of kick him, and it probably is a dude, too. And you probably, say, oh, you're crazy. But when everyone around you puts the same expectations, really, so they can prevent themselves from having to be wrong. Oh, that was it. I was wrong. I have to take all the credit in the world in being wrong, because I said I thought if the Warriors were able to win that Game 7 against Sacramento, they'd win the title. And was I right? No, not even close. And you know what? That's it. I was wrong. I misread that. You could say I have terrible basketball instincts. You could say, that it was silly to think that about the team with the regular season we had. And that's it. I'm wrong. And that's the end of it, No biggie. But other people, they don't like being attacked on Twitter. So they start to comply with people who are trying to browbeat them. Well, what is that? Your solution to life? Someone's being a bully to you? Oh, well, just given what they say. What? No, that's not how you deal with bullies. You can choose to ignore them. You can leave. You can fight back. You can stand your ground, but give in to what they want is not an option that you should choose. And maybe that's the thing about social media that we're not talking about enough. It's like a bodiless, almost mindless bully. It's just, that's how people do things on social media, is abuse, I think. That's a close call there. That charge. Lakers up 64-56. 7 minutes to go in third. 7.5 minutes to go in third.
So
nobody does it like Rich Blasian. Obviously, can't compare a 6-man to an MVP. So.
Wow. I mean, not here to throw a guy under the bus like that, but I mean, it was funny that somebody went on Twitter to proclaim that they're better than 90% of the NBA GMs out there. That was a little too much. That's just,
yeah. Well,
that's stepping over the line, but
it's also easy to be a good GM from home, not talking to these players, not having to look a guy in the face and say, I'm going to trade you on Christmas or whatever it is,
That's where the human element is missed.
That's why those guys get paid. Really?
Yeah. That's what makes Bob so good, actually.
Oh, so good.
It's not the actual transactions. It's him getting the guys together.
It's being great at both, He's a high-level talent at both. And that's whoever we bring in, if it's Mike Dunleavy or whatever, I'm sure he'll be a good GM, but that's what makes me worry the most is if it's not Bob, of course. And I do want Bob back. I'm just saying if that doesn't happen, you wonder what the relationships are going to be like, and you wonder
exactly.
It's easy to find players who play well in the league that you want to join your team. How do you find guys in the lower rounds of the draft or rehabilitation? Oh, we got an open run out here. LeBron went nice and simply for that dunk. No windmill on that one. But, how do you find rehabilitation guys who are going to work? How do you figure out that it's okay to sign and trade KD and hard cap yourself for D'Lo, who I liked, but, it's like, is this going to fit on the team? And be able to know that
was the only way to preserve the salary slot, though. Kind of had to do that transactionally.
Right. I understand that, but there was also a connection there to Minnesota that Myers knew, he could use, rather than trying to trade it straight up for, whatever. Just the competence that Myers has in both is so. It's. I mean, really, we can't probably find a better GM unless we convince Jerry West to take the job. In the league, I think he'd be able to do that. But other than that, really, would you ever trade Bob Myers for Daryl Morey?
Exactly. That's translatable to Steve Kerr as well. I mean, like, you'd rather have Doc Rivers than Steve? I mean, I tell you go to Chase Center, you feel that vibe. I mean, you wouldn't want anybody else's vibe there. I mean, if Doc Rivers came here, he wouldn't have to change much. But that's Steve's signature behind everything. Like, that's his vibe.
Yeah,
and I think people forget that if you fire Steve, you got to get a new person to come in.
Yeah.
Who is that person?
You know what? Just because it's not a Warriors game, I'll tell you what I think if they were to lose Steve. The only way we're going to be able to win and keep Steph happy, if you let Steve go, what's Steph doing? You think those guys want to play for somebody else? Maybe Pop, Spoelstra, or Draymond Green. I think those are the only options. I don't think Pop's going anywhere. He just got Wemby. Spoelstra's not going anywhere. He's a Miami guy for life, right? And Draymond's a player. So if you want to do a player coach, maybe. Other than that, there's no one else. Really, that's the most negative thing I could say about Steve Kerr is that there may be 3 other guys who can replace him right now in the league. That's as negative as I could possibly get. As positive as I can get is that who's going to tell you the stories about Tim Duncan and Michael Jordan and what we did when he had 73-9 wins and that didn't work, and then we won 15 straight playoff games? Like, does this dude not have a resume enough for you? Come on, man. Come on now. That's just, you can't complain with no replacement. What is that? You have to have a solution. Like, what's the point? Just go on Twitter and say, guys, I'm really upset. I'm really sad the Warriors lost. So, your team lost. And other people will be like, it's all good. We got your back. But no. We always have to know more than everybody else. Even though, does Steve Kerr act like that? Nope. Does Bob Myers act like that? Nope. Does Steph act like that? Nope. Does Draymond act like that? No.
Right.
Does Klay act like that? I don't know. He probably does because he's some sort of spirit animal, who just fell in this team's lap from the heavens, But he doesn't say it. So at least don't say it, I can't believe we have Steph Klay and Draymond and people are freaking out. We got Wardell under contract, man. Like, and Draymond sounds committed, dude. He really does. And I was very happy to hear that. Anyway, it's a 6-point game, 68-62. 5:51 to go in the third. Thank you, Blazin. Percy. Oh, I wasn't trying to throw Daryl Morey under the bus. It just him being the highest paid executive. Like, would I pay Bob Myers more than that? Yes. That's still. I was only trying to make that point, And it's not always highest paid is the best, but you have to look at that bar, for.
Do you know how much, Daryl?
I think it's that 10 million or so that you were talking about, Rich, per year.
Okay.
I think, or maybe it was that overall. I don't know. Those contracts aren't really public, but whatever it is, apparently Morey is the highest paid executive. So,
jeez, Austin Reaves, man,
yeah. And D'Lo, cut to the hoop.
Good. Yeah, D'Lo. Yep.
He's struggled finishing around the rim before, but he seems to have gotten a lot better at it. Almost like players improve as they grow older, huh? Wouldn't you know?
Exactly. Huh?
still have Rory on Jokic a lot here.
Oh, nice move, AG. Got Austin out of his way and slammed it.
Right down the lane. Not turning around and throwing it out to 30 feet with 5 seconds left on the shot clock, which is nice to see. So the basketball player in me on that Davis shot is a little upset that he bounced his right foot before taking it. I think that messed up his balance. Not that I've played in any significant basketball like he has, but just, I don't know. Those little things on the tape. Did you have haters on Facebook?
I think because I was going through the phase, we were pandemic, we were stuck. I was just trying to find scientific information. So the same Twitter feed that I still have, that you can look at my my GSW list, that has some doctors on it, and they were talking about various things. And then we had Black Lives Matter and things like that. So I think I probably got a hater in terms of that. But who cares? Like, KCP triple. Like, it's Facebook. I don't miss it at all. So
yeah. I don't like. I really don't like how they just sell all your information, basically, even if you're not using the app. So don't appreciate it.
Oh, Bruce Brown, clutch 3. Stares at the Lakers bench. Somebody was yelling at him. See? He's yelling at the Lakers
He's
bench.
talking back to him.
Yep.
Was he yelling at LeBron?
I doubt it, because I saw someone stand up on the Lakers bench, probably yelling something. But that's par for the course. Every team does that. We do that to other teams. That's what you do on the bench. You yell stuff like, let him shoot, Oh, wow, Bruce Brown. He's spark plug. It was probably whoever that guy just stood up. Beasley?
Oh,
he is totally bad at him.
Malik Beasley probably shouldn't be.
I'm not sure if it was Beasley, though.
Wow, Davis goaltended that into the hoop.
Yeah.
That's, man.
Timeout.
Yeah.
Down 2. Nuggets are.
Nuggets down 2. Yeah. Well, these are 2 really, really good teams. There's just a lot of depth and a lot of cohesion, which obviously is, something the Warriors were lacking a little bit this year for the first time in years. Like 2020, 2021, we weren't a great team, but we still had that cohesion. We've had it. Maybe other than the regular season 2019, we've had it since Steph Klay and Dray have been here. So I'm betting that those guys can figure it out. Also, no matter what happens, I hope people leave Jordan Poole alone about that. But, like, Draymond punched him, and got leaked, But, like, the media, they brought it up every, 2 weeks? Or more than that, maybe? Felt like. Like, can you leave the poor fella alone? Just let him figure it out, man. Let him play basketball. Especially after this season's over.
Yeah, that'll never happen. Yeah.
Maybe not. He just wants to play basketball, be nice to the ladies, and go home and play with his 2 cats, and seems like a good guy, man.
All right. Jamal Murray inside bucket.
Oh, I'm tied up. All you guys saying Murray has to play better. Well, here he is. Also, he probably did know that. Anyway, LeBron James right at the free throw line. Draws foul. Market price for Klay? Oh, right.
Yeah. Austin Reaves is due an extension this summer. If you go to the Lakers salary cap table, you'll see.
I don't know if I would line his up to Austin Reaves, though. You know,
it'd be a starting point.
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Probably too small.
Yeah,
so.
Also, I just think like there's a little price for the history of what Klay's done. Not $40 million a year, but I don't know, like 27, something like that. I think that'd be perfectly.
Oh, LeBron against Jokic.
You know what? I might tell Klay that he and Draymond should have this about the same contract. I think Draymond might be the price for him, actually. I'd be perfectly like if it starts off at like 33, 35 and declines by 2 each year, something like that, as just a little insurance as they get older. But they say to get the same amount of money. That's like both of those guys are now around 40th in terms of contracts in the league, And are there 38 other players that I'd have over Klay and Draymond? No. So I know it sounds like a lot of money, but that's a good value for our 2 champion Hall of Fame statues. Those get Steph obviously, but Klay and Draymond, they're getting statues too, man. They are. You'll be walking by them. Hopefully, quite a few years from now. But eventually you will be walking by them going into Chase Center. So whatever it takes to keep those 2, I'm happy to do it.
Free throws, 9 of 10. Ooh, 22 free throws for the Lakers against 10 to the Nuggets. So it's not just our problem.
They were the number 1 free throw drawing team in the league. Although, because it's the Lakers, there's always going to be a pretty loud segment of people, talking about the league and this and that.
Oh, Jeff Green missed. Man, they're only down by 3. That's not too bad. Manageable.
Oh, of course. Yeah, no, it's a 1 possession game.
It feels like they should be down more. Dennis Schroeder. Bucket.
Schroeder, yeah. Für 2. Oh, it was like seeing a team chase down the ball rather than just let it go out of bounds. But looks like the Lakers are.
Arth is mentioning Bobby Marks had said 30 million. I did see the 30 million. I didn't see the upper range 35. I did see the 30 though.
For Dre?
Klay.
For Klay. I mean, that's reasonable, man. Again, it's 40, 45 rank, in the league. Jokic wants a review in that. See if it was a goaltend. They gave it to him.
I think it's goaltending.
Yeah. I would like to see a replay here, and we're gonna get one.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Well, it's out of his hands in time.
It's over the apex.
I think it was just by a degree. Yep, you're right. It was starting to go down. It's an incredible move by Davis, but
so that puts him down 3, or puts him down 1.
Puts him down 3. They were down 3. Shooter hit mid-range shot.
Right. Okay.
And then I think they're down 3 right now. But we'll see what the refs decide here.
Go Nuggets. We got 88%. We can end the poll now.
Yeah. No surprise. No surprise. It's all good.
87%.
Percy, I just watched the Warriors series, man. I know. But also they're the most physical team in the league at getting into the paint. And so I think, you know. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so that's right. It can't be the end of the third quarter yet because there has to be time if the goaltend happened with time remaining, right? I heard that at one point Jeff Green said, "I'm trying to play for every team in the league," or maybe
challenging it.
That makes sense. You know, this is a huge momentum.
I don't think there's enough to overturn that.
I mean, it is a close call, but it's also a close call because it's very difficult to say there was enough there to, as you said, overturn it. But
speaking of AD, I just think that the whole we're getting in the comments of the regular channel, not tonight, but just in general,
right.
A lot of we need a big man. We need a big man. I mean, I think we need an AD stopper, but who doesn't? So that's what I have to say about we need a big man. We need an AD stopper because he was kind of our kryptonite, him and LeBron.
Well, it's all about wingspan and size. I think we're not finding an AD stopper who's not already Draymond or Kevon Looney. We're not really finding. I mean, do we need a workable, big player who can come in for spot minutes? I think so. I would take a flyer on both Andre Drummond and Marquise Chris at this point. I still love Marquise Chris. I don't know. Some guys, you just never give up on. But those guys, that's really kind of a little bit of size, a lot for the regular season and for looks like they have 0.5 of a second on the clock and the challenge was unsuccessful.
No,
so
that's not what they were doing.
What?
I'm talking TV.
Oh, sorry. But the idea that we're going to get someone to come in on, I mean, if you want to trade, like, I don't know how you find a trade to get an AD stopper. I mean, I don't know. I think it's more just try to get veteran knowledge and a little bit of extra size, the stretch forward type, and just have a little bit more size. And Kuminga is also a big part of that. So it's really almost all internal anyway. Is a better option than what we can get from who.
Okay. Hearth is saying, look at
there was no challenge.
The second.
Really? Oh, I thought they challenged the call. I don't have the sound.
Derek Lively the second, huh? Okay. Check it out. Mock drafts. I should just leave this up because we're going to get a lot of draft questions. There he is. 7-1 center from Duke.
This is who's being
19 years old. He ain't playing. I mean, that's what I've learned over the last 2 years from Steve.
We need veterans. Like, we need them, obviously.
I just don't think that a young guy is going to get the playing time, because when you go out there, you have to know where on the floor to go when Steph and Klay are running around and Draymond are running around, or some combination of that. If you're on the second unit, that's so hard to learn in 1 year. Not even PBJ learned it, and the problem is we don't really have the minutes to develop that. How can you, And the vets can't win these games on their own anymore, as we saw. Go 0-5 on the road against some
we
cellar dwellers.
We didn't have the vets to put around the trio this year, right?
Yeah,
Not
but
really.
we tried to run some, Wiseman second unit, and it just we weren't winning games. And at some point, you got to go, well, we're here to make the playoffs, so we better start winning some games. And then so you start cutting back on the trust, and that's where Moody and Wiseman started getting benched.
Again, as I said, we had 7 players who, no matter if they had a ring or not, they were under the age of, or they were 25 or under, right? And I guess Ty Jerome was this two-way player, but they were 25 or under, and not, they weren't. We just didn't. Look. They were 25 or under, not real long-term vets. That's half the roster. You know what I mean? Like, we had 10 vets and 3 young guys. That whole Sacramento locker room and the speech Curry gave on the, don't get on the bus, I'll go alone. And he got 50 to save our ass from a really, that would have been, man, that would have been bad, and it just, I'm not blaming the young guys for it, but they what could they say? What could they do? Vets on that team would have had Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole and Moses Moody. If those were the only 3 kind of young guys we had, and that's, real young guys. I'm not talking about DiVincenzo or Loon, who are real vets, even though they're 26, 27. Amy loves Marquise Chris too. That makes me feel good. That makes me feel like there's something there to my belief on that. That it's just such a psychological thing. It's a chemistry thing. I mean, what is Ryan Rollins going to say if he's not playing? You're going to go over to Jordan Poole and say, don't worry, buddy. Like, I've been through – oh, no, actually, I haven't. Well, when I was on this other no, I played, 1 year in college? What is he going to say, Like, it's clear that more than anything else, we need heavy veteran leadership just to – and hopefully those are guys who get minutes and whatever. But even just having more than just Andre Iguodala on the bench, basically, or Looney, that's the most important thing. And I also think this team will come back humble. Anyway, I'm rambling, so please chime in whenever you want to, Rich.
If we trade the 19th pick for a veteran, how does that work in terms of matching salary?
You'd have to sign the pick first, but
gotcha. So that's rookie scale. So that's 19th pick is going to be a couple million.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be, more than PBJ, right? Because he was 28th. So it's around that area.
I'm not sure when those contracts, when you sign them, when they kick in too.
Yeah. 1.5 million, 2 million.
Yeah.
Oh, Tony Brothers is going to get Jokic for offensive foul on LeBron. LeBron says, thank you for the towel from some dude on the sideline. Let's
I
see
think someone spilled their drink on him too a little bit, maybe.
Did he flop? Let's see. He's grabbing Jokic. Oh, a little bit of flopping.
There was contact, and he sold it. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah, he got some ice on his head. Thanks, man. You're a good guy. Giving a opposing player a towel after you spill ice on their head. That's nice.
So Blasian's asking about Marquise Chris. He's just an unrestricted free agent, right?
Yep. Yeah, I don't think he was in the league last year or didn't end up on the team. So I think he'd be available at least. And he knows the system. Also a little bit of enforcer personality, which we need. We need someone other than Draymond to be able to do that, man. Everybody's on this team is so nice. I feel like when I'm a fan watching them, other than Draymond, I'm the meanest person out there, you know? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not a player. I know that.
Wow. The Nuggets can take the lead. Yep. Jokic flops too, I believe. And yeah. That's what you get.
LeBron's laughing. He's laughing a little bit.
It's karma, bro. Karma. That's the thing is we don't do any of that stuff.
Oh, we're way too pure.
I know, right?
We're not even PG, man. We're G rated, you know.
We're not even PG.
Oh, got him to the line on a fast break.
Oh gosh.
Sorry.
Got a little comedy there. LeBron flop, Jokic flop.
Yep. You don't get to see.
So as we get closer to the draft, I just commented in the chat. Man, I'm with you on needing veterans, but then again, be kind of nice to stash this 19th pick because it's a deep draft. So then now I'm back to the other side of the fence where go ahead and draft, just go ahead. Best player available, put him in G League, fine. And then the rest, we're going to get this slot back. Iguodala will retire, Anthony Lamb spot, and then we'll have 3 two-way contracts. So
that starts this next year, does it? The 3 two-ways?
Yeah. Oh, Jamal Murray, clutch 3. So,
up
so
one.
I don't know. That's again, I go back to since I don't really know because it could go either way. I'll just put my trust in the front office and I'll just roll with them. Whatever you guys decide, because I'm sure I got to put my trust. And how could you not? You've done your homework. Mike Dunleavy, Kirk and Kent Lacob, and so on and so forth.
Bob Myers. Please.
Hopefully Bob Myers, right. So you hope they've done their homework so that I don't have to do the homework. I just trust that you did it. And I think that part's lost with a lot of fans.
Oh, it's a 5-4.
Oh, charge. Unruly.
Oh, man, Ham's got to put AD back in this game right now, man, I think.
Yeah, how many minutes does he have?
Yeah, let me check.
31, yeah.
Yeah.
If it's 40 or less, put him in there.
Davis has 3 fouls. There's no. I don't see anyone at the bench. For the Lakers, I mean. Oh, he's out there. Sorry. He's out there now. My bad.
Oh, boy.
What were you just saying, Rich? I'm sorry. I got distracted by the game.
It was the 19th pick, just maybe because it's a deep
draft.
draft.
Yeah. Well, look, you want that's $2 million extra salary for whatever we need to do. Right?
Yeah. Well, it's a deep draft. It's going to be a talented pick. So maybe you want to keep him around for that future timeline and just work with what you have here. But I don't know. It's so
either way, you want to have an interesting, prospect who can add a little to salary for whatever. If we're trying to do any trade, and we have after last year, I wasn't really thinking about any trades from if putting myself in the front office's shoes, which is all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to tell them what to do, but just trying to think about what the front office might do. Trades weren't really a big
issue. Jamal cuts.
Yep, that's 2 in a row. That's 2 in a row for Jamal Murray. Denver, not always the most intense environment, but when they're winning, man, those fans are almost as loud as Utah. But we do have to talk about the possibility of trades, unfortunately.
Yeah, we haven't done that
this
yet.
Year. So
we can do that.
Yeah, we don't need to do it now.
Do that after the game real quick.
Yeah.
Because you said you had a trade scenario. So
I think so.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I would also like to maybe go through what we'd like to see player development wise for maybe not every player on the team, but just to make sure we balance out. Trade might be helpful, but what would really help is if all these guys got even better, all of them. That would really, really help a lot, for sure. That's basically what I'm trying to say, Blazin. Absolutely. And we could play better, no doubt. Yes, that's right. Steph partnership with Scoot Henderson, who I really I didn't know that much. I didn't see that much of him. Obviously not looking at college prospects when you have the defending champions on your team nearly as much. But I saw him looking at the Wembanyama Metro 92 versus what was it, G League Ignite, I think. And I was shocked how good Scoot. I mean, obviously Wembanyama's incredibly talented. He's a great player, but Scoot really also stood out a lot. And it's not always the easiest thing, trying to ask Steph Curry for help when you're a point guard because, you kind of have to prove that you're on that level and you put a lot of pressure on yourself. But I also do, having been such a Kobe fan too, his total fearlessness in asking Michael Jordan, for advice, and obviously Jerry West and Magic Johnson, Lakers guys, and then everybody, Bill Russell and Hakeem and tons of people outside of basketball or even sports. I love that. I love that in a young player. Someone who really is genuinely interested in learning from the greats, not just saying it, but really, trying to be a student of the game. And that's not something you see all the time, even from great players. The greater the player, the more likely it is. But it's still hard for a lot of people to ask for help and advice and to be able to really take it. So I love seeing that from my man, Scoot Henderson. Trade.
Wow.
Well, I blocked it. Sheesh.
What? Bruce Brown. It's a 3. Wow. They're up 7.
You know, the Nuggets are number 1 in the West. They had the same exact record we did last year. 53-29. Yeah, that's crazy. Davis just didn't go up strong enough on that, did he? Kind of tried to avoid. Oh, he got fouled. Excuse me, I didn't see that. Going to line. Bruce Morrow's greater than Bruce Brown. Yeah, the free throw saga continues. Bruce always delivers.
Ooh, in and out on the free throw. 6:22 to go.
Yep, 6-point game.
Cholo's bringing up Wemby. Wouldn't you love to see Wemby versus Chet Holmgren? How can you not tune in for that? You got to tune in.
Oh, that'd be so much. I really like Chet too. I think people forgot how good of a basketball player he was because.
Oh wow, injury. Jamal!
That injury for an Oklahoma
LeBron's
City
face for 3. Wow.
Yeah, man, Murray.
Murray's having a ball game.
He's on fire in the 4th. On fire in the 4th.
Oh my gosh. AD threw the ball away. Wow.
Dang it, man. Maybe I should root against the Lakers and they'll stop playing like when I was rooting for the Warriors, just throwing the ball away and missing defensive assignments.
MPJ, wow.
Oh boy.
They are up by 12. 532.
That's literally the whole game of the Lakers having a lead being erased in 5 minutes. Man, basketball, look, there's no debate anymore for me. Basketball, I always thought this, but basketball is the greatest sport in the whole wide world, man. I mean,
yeah, I think so.
When do you see a 12-point run to retake the lead in any other sport, you know? Yeah. This is a great team, man. Great team the Lakers are having to face.
All right. So speaking of trust the front office, Bob Myers is going to decide well in front of June 30th when his contract expires. I would think by the end of this month, right? I would think.
You have to because the draft is at the end of May. At the end of May. Is there a real heavy deadline? I guess maybe he might want to do that. He still has his exit interview planned, right? So I would say probably around that time is when we'll have that decision. And if you're a Warriors fan, please pray that we get Bob Myers at least around the team. You know, again, if he wants to be an advisor or whatever, take that role that honestly, the role that Jerry West had with the Warriors after, so I think he was the GM. Right? For the Jerry West was, and then he took over an advisory role while Bob Myers took over. Honestly, if I'd love to have him back as the GM, but I just don't want Bob Myers on another team having to compete against us. And I can't imagine him really wanting to leave Steph. I just, for what? You know? To live in, I don't know. Well, look, I have no desire to compare Wemby to LeBron James because even if you're talking prospect to prospect, It's old news now that LeBron, worked out as a top pick. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember, but like KD was a huge prospect coming out of college. Huge. But so was Greg Oden. There were real debates. And what happened? Bad knee problem.
Greg Oden was proving it at Ohio State.
He was.
What can we do?
So let's just pump the brakes. I don't think Wemby's going to be that good next year anyway. I think it's a totally different game. I think he'll be beat up a lot, and I think he'll take adjustment. And then I'm going to say end of December to end of January, around the turn of the year, he'll really start to put it together. He's in really good condition, it seems like. And he'll start to put it together. In the second year, he'll be a lot better, Chet Holmgren, though, looked like he was going to be really, really interesting. Boom. I mean, he is a Thunder draft pick that got hurt in Seattle. So maybe just a little laugh at the owner yet again, Klay, who got eliminated by Klay, and here's Jamal Murray.
Dagger.
Well, look, man. Again, I was watching the Jazz a lot in the bubble. I mean, a lot. I watched every game, and Jamal Murray, Donovan Mitchell put up 50, and Jamal Murray up 45. That
was a great game.
The dude really has the ability to be like an all-star honestly a bit like Klay, an all-star caliber player who, if you let him get hot, is one of the top 5 players in the league. You know what I mean? And
Murray against LeBron. AD comes and switches.
Well, they pulled AD out of the paint again, and
that's blocked by AD.
That was a bad idea, Murray. But I'll take it.
AD's good.
Go Lakers. Yes, sir.
Wow. LeBron downhill. Go Nuggets.
Oh
no. They're doing the Warriors. Oh, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
An inbound error.
He bounced. Wait, 1 sec.
He was outside the court.
How can you do an inbound error at this juncture?
Oh, he did the
same reason the Warriors did it. Just a brain fart.
Then he touched it.
He did a practice run through dribble where I'm a little off balance. Unbelievable. It's crazy how hard it is just to get the fundamentals completely right constantly, even after about 90 something games for the Lakers, 90 something games for the Nuggets,
Oh my gosh.
Davis.
Man, what a game.
Davis hit one of those Draymond triples where you go, maybe we can live. Oh, he hit it. Yeah, Doc Martin on here.
On the list too. Huh? Yeah, we've had Doc Martin. We'll probably have him again.
Yeah, I'd love.
And Eric. Hopefully we can get Eric. He's with NBA Draft. He sent me a whole list of names. And one of them is currently listed on NBADraft.net. But he sent me like, here's some names for you guys. Rayan Rupert, which I don't even know if I'm pronouncing his name right. Bilal Koulibaly, who was Wemby's teammate with the French AAU team. Bobby Klintman.
Bobby what?
Bobby Klintman.
Bobby.
Chris Murray, obviously. Leonard Miller. That was an interesting one as well, but he's really young. You're
talking about for the Warriors? Around the 19th?
At the 19th, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Trace Jackson Davis, also 19 years old. And we were starting to look at wings with long wingspan. So those are always cool
Definitely.
ones to have. Just like Trey Jones. We were looking at Trey Jones. I saw him, and then I saw his interview where he was super humble. I was like, okay, I wouldn't mind if we picked him. Of course, we went Moody, and Moody has worked out well. And then there was I also like Kai Jones. I just like length in the draft. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean,
oh no,
they threw it
turnover.
away. LeBron in the post up.
Jordan Poole, are you watching? That's how you stay in front of LeBron, Jamal Murray. Just stay in front. And they missed it.
Well, unfortunately, there's also a reputation there with Poole that if Murray had the same reputation.
Jamal is on fire.
He's exhausted too. Jeez, look at that guy.
40 minutes played, 30 points, 9 boards, 5 rebounds, 4 steals, and Jokic has a triple-double.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just light work for old Big Nick.
Oh, Shutter gets volleyball swatted by Gordon. Brown going to shoot a corner 3? Nope.
Oh.
I mean, you can't ask for more. Corner 3 open. Oh, wait, they're up 7, so you should have burned some clock.
David, step in.
Yeah, I don't think that was a good shot. You should have burned some clock. You're up 7. Now you're up 5. Was the clock not moving when the inbound? That was weird. It's supposed to run until 2 minutes. Whatever. It's their own home scorekeeper. They got to get that right.
Yeah, they got to get that right.
And there was about 5 seconds that did not burn off. Oh, my God, MPJ. Almost turnover. Jokic almost, misses a 3, desperation. Oh, man, 5-point differential.
Oh, they just lost it.
Pretty good point of attack defense by MPJ. I don't think you can call that.
Yeah, that's where
that's
you got
like
a smaller guy on you.
Game 7 non-call. Yeah, I think he fouled him, but I don't think you can call. Oh, well, yeah. Home court call, maybe?
Oh, definitely it's going to be a home court call. It's the Lakers, man. It's just, look.
Yeah. They'll get that in L.A.
Yeah.
He got fouled. But
that's not what you want Davis doing either.
True.
You don't just drive into
look at this. Nowhere. This is great basketball. Look at that.
Oh, LeBron's hurt.
We needed some more moments like that. Oh man, LeBron's
still
hurt.
Not back.
4 on 5.
Yeah.
Reaves
banked it in. He banked it in.
Stop that, bro.
LeBron's laughing at it.
It's 4 on 5, and he hits a banker.
There's less than a minute to go here.
Reaves. Are you kidding me? 2-point lead. Wow. Oh, we got him. Jamal got that. Yeah.
A shooting foul? Yeah.
Jordan Poole could learn a lot from Jamal, too, just to change of direction. It's good stuff.
Yeah, well, there's a stop and start, different paces to your game thing that Poole just – I love that he was going
oh, man, I think his foot is hurting him.
Yeah, it's been hurting him all season.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest LeBron fan, but he probably, he really is playing through something that might need off-season surgery here. So got to respect that, just to try and get through the playoffs.
He's a kid.
Yeah, really.
Oh, Robbie.
I mean, if Jordan Poole can be as good as Jamal Murray, I guess I'd accept that. I suppose. Whatever.
Jamal's got a fat contract, right?
Oh yeah.
Davis for 3, in and out.
In and out, heartbreak.
Make him this league, baby. Make him this league.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray, 33 million.
Wait.
Only 5 more than Jordan.
Can you scroll down? Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, so it's probably pretty much the same contract, just a few years earlier, right? Or a year earlier. Something like that. Oh, he's wide open in the corner. I know. And you got the ball to one of your two best players. I'm okay. I think I'm okay with that Davis shot there, no matter what happens. It was,
Yeah,
down forwards.
Because you missed it.
Yeah. I got 17 more reasons to be okay with it too, so it's all good. Guy Santos. Yep. We'll talk about him. Oh, it looks like everybody's exhausted in this one. Really. I'm telling you, you just, it's hard. It's hard in the NBA for guys to come into Denver and Utah because everywhere else is pretty much sea level, a couple hundred feet above sea. It's not really that impactful elevation wise, Braun stole it.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
no call.
Missed the layup. Wow. Crazy sequence. Crazy.
It's a great defensive play, but
let's see.
I think he should have just. Do you think he should have just shot a three? He was wide open here. Boom! Stole it from. He had a wide open corner three. Tried to drive it, and Gordon made him think twice about going straight up. He tried to avoid him just a little bit and missed it.
I'm glad I don't really have to care all that much. Because you know me, that's the Warriors. I'm gripping. I got my grip on the handlebar super tight on that one.
Oh, I don't know. I love these type of games, man.
You can let the Laker fans get all worked up about the missed layup.
Definitely. Although, thankfully, you're on the front line of that, and I'm not, Rich. I just, I just don't ever look that up.
Jamal. Oh, what was
trying to make up for it? He does.
Jeez, that's so fast.
Yeah, still freight train. But they're not winning this if they keep fouling on every. They have to get one more stop here, and
there's not enough time.
Well,
Jamal Murray.
Yeah. If Murray hits both of these.
Wow, 83.3% free throws. Not bad, kid. Not bad.
Not bad. That's what Steph shot in the playoffs last year, unbelievably. So. Yeah, I saw George Karl up there too. Hope he's doing well. Oh, well,
you shouldn't have done the tell-all book. I don't think you should ever do the tell-all book.
Who? George Karl?
Yeah. Just take it with you to the grave. Man, Austin Reaves still scoring buckets.
Oh! No.
That's a good foul, too. Although kind of physical. Hopefully Jamal's okay. Yeah, he's fine. Pretty nifty foul. You're falling down and you foul the guy, too. This guy's legit, man.
Yeah, he's just a fundamentally sound, basketball player.
They called that a charge, man.
Yeah, it's a free throw contest for the Nuggets. They got to just make their free throws.
That's true.
And that'll be it. Just can't miss two of them.
It's Jamal Murray. It's Jamal Murray at the line.
Huh.
you know. What is that? LeBron, desperation, lost it. Murray's going to bring it up to the front court. Lakers not going to foul.
That's it. 2-1. They took care of business.
Yep, took care of business at home.
Let's strip. All right, you want to talk about your trade scenarios?
Yeah, but I just want to say a team I've been rooting for hasn't won in quite a while here. Not since Game 5, I think. So
it'll balance out.
Yeah, I hope so.
I hope not, but it'll balance out.
Well, it's all right. It's the more you win, the more you get hated. You know, same with the Dubs. A lot of people hate us and never want to see us win again. So it's all good. It's the West Coast, so you know. Still, glad it's Denver, man. You know, Lakers. If this is a Western Conference Finals against the Grizzlies, you know, down 0-2, that would have made me really mad. But I like the Nuggets a lot. So, you know, obviously the number one thing that people are talking about is trading Poole's contract, and it's kind of just revisiting a similar trade I had last year with the idea of getting Bogdanović from the Pistons, because having watched him quite a bit on the Jazz, Bojan Bogdanović, the 6'10" forward, or maybe 6'8", 6'9", something like that, but. So we have to send out more.
He's on Detroit, so let's.
He's on Detroit. Yeah, and actually, I want to see.
By the way, poor Detroit gets the number 5 pick after.
Oh no! Hey, did I tell you that Wemby was going to San Antonio or what, though, Rich?
Oh well, hold on. Before we do the trade suggestion, I'm telling you, man, if I'm Adam Silver, you know, I did the same thing I did when New York had the number 1 pick, which is the following: Ernst & Young are the auditors, right? Okay, Mr. Stern, here's our lottery results. Oh, yeah, run it again. You can run that lottery a million times, infinite times. You know. So we're going Adam Silver, you know, oh man, the Spurs have been so good, you know, to Wemby and all this. And, you know, wouldn't it be nice if they got the number? Okay, we got our results, Mr. Silver. Oh, yeah? Let me see. Yeah, run it again.
Oh, man, I got this right months ago, and you're saying the NBA is rigged now, Rich? That hurts, man.
It's a little too convenient. It's a little too convenient.
I didn't do it.
Not just that. LeBron goes to Cleveland that same year. You know what I'm saying?
The Cavs did.
Things are a little too convenient.
Again, Nick Gilbert, though. I mean, maybe he just had the right karma or whatever for that. You know.
But anyways.
So, is this Pistons? I guess it is. Are any of the Pistons salaries here, Rich?
Hold on.
Oh, sorry. 80 was 415. Oh, well, that I'm surprised the Lakers had it that close then. Let's see, 3 and
Detroit
6, 9. Yeah, so we got half of his points at the free throw line.
There he is. 20 mil.
Yep. Also, Alec Burks, that red there is a team option.
Yep.
And he's so as you can see, Bojan Bogdanović is making a little bit less next year, and that's not fully guaranteed. And Burks is has a team option, which can be unrestricted. I just
Boyan and Alec for Jordan Poole.
Yep, and I think you'd have to throw in one more contract in there. Ryan Rollins, I think, would do it again because we have to take back less salary than we're giving out. But Alec Burks is already on this team. Yes, it was in 2020, but he's already on the team. He knows the Kerr system a little bit. Knows Draymond. He's, I think, possibly able to play the point guard position. He's about this. I think he's the same age as Draymond and Klay, and was taken in the draft with Klay by the Utah Jazz. And gives us a large type of ball handler, point guard, shooting guard type, but who's like 6'6" with a 6'8", 6'9" wingspan. And then Bojan Bogdanovic, I'm just telling you, man, his size, his shooting, his toughness, the fact that he's a European too, just different. I mean, you thought Belly was good. If we can hit Bogdanovic, I think he'd be a perfect fit for this team.
And none of that funny stuff where, you go in and you forget to rebound, or you go in and you forget to pass to Draymond in the 0.5 basketball type stuff.
No,
also,
he's
Alec Burks. He can get downhill too. He's like,
a little bit. Yep, definitely
pretty good at that.
Mm-hmm. Good at drawing fouls and everything. Now, I'm not saying I actually want to trade Jordan Poole, but what I'm thinking of is size and veterans who can, not just.
It would only be for veterans.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. I mean, I guess you can never say what's possible, but I mean, I guess it's possible that Anthony Edwards could want to trade. Yeah, I mean, and would I do that? I guess probably, because I think Anthony Edwards is really good. But realistically, it's something like that with two players, veteran
need
players.
More of these scenarios. We don't need the Giannis or the crazy ones. We need more realistic ones like this.
And Jordan is a great player as a starter, but we're probably going to get guys who sometimes are coming off the bench. Now, I think it might be possible with Draymond and Bogdanovic together to start them, and you'd have Looney off the bench. But if it was something like that, I mean, I'm thinking you just say, hey, Steph is so good that let's just put the best defensive starting lineup we can around him. Maybe Steph, Gary, Wiggs, Kuminga, Draymond, right? Just ridiculous athletes around Steph Curry. And then you have what? Burks, Moody, Klay, Bogdanovic, Looney, right? So that's a legit, solid veteran,
absolutely
team, And you get like a Derrick Rose, Joe Ingles, Marquise Chris, and let's say Andre Drummond. Just take a flyer on that because he seems like a good guy and he can rebound. That's a 14-man lineup that actually has experience, and that's, even if it doesn't happen, that's the vision of what we need to do just at the very beginning. If there's some bigger trade that needs to be made, we can do that later. But just to get this team back on its stable veteran footing, that is what I'm looking at trying to accomplish here.
Good one, Dean.
Thank you. I try my best. Good. I really try my hardest all the time trying to figure out.
Well, the thing is you didn't really have to go that far from the original one that you had during the trade deadline, which was also Bojan. So how did you find yourself upon Bojan back then in February?
I had seen him on the Jazz so much, that I knew that he would be a good fit, and he's on the Pistons, which is probably, both of those guys are probably not, you never want to say, but it's unlikely that they'll be competing for even deep playoff position. I wouldn't necessarily say that, we'll get ring chasers. But we'll get guys who think that we can go pretty deep in the playoffs. And Bogdanovic and Burks, who, again, another Jazz guy, I guess. But, both of those guys I thought had Warriors skills. Burks I saw on the Warriors. Like, it wasn't the Jazz. I already saw that there, a little bit of familiarity with the team. And I think he Myers in the 2020 trade deadline said, a couple of the guys that they had to send out, mostly Burks and Glenn Robinson, were upset that they got traded from that team. That was going to win 15 games, which is pretty special, pretty special thing about the culture. So, also not a huge financial risk in any way, right? I mean, I guess the final point is I saw on the Mitchell Gobert Jazz team, I think it was against the Mavericks, actually. And that team had some real serious chemistry issues. Bogdanovich just one day said, look, and this is for a pretty terrible Jazz perimeter defense, not just point of attack, perimeter defense overall. It was just all like, it wasn't direct the guy to Rudy. It was let the guy go right by you. And Bogdanovich just with like a broken thumb or like a injured thumb or something said, I'm just picking up the full 94 this entire game. I'm doing it all game long. There's just a level of toughness that he has, a level of,
right.
I'm going to do what's necessary here, which the Warriors needed a lot, which young guys, much as I love a Patrick Baldwin, or much as I think Ryan Rollins has potential, much as I love any of the young guys you can name, you just have to be old enough and experienced enough to know what to do and how to lead other people to doing it. Unless you're like Kobe, right? Who was closing finals games at 21. And nobody does that. No, like Magic, that's what we're expecting. It's amazing Jordan Poole played so well at 22. Really, it's astounding that he played that well at that age last year in such a deep playoff run, So, I mean, talk about developing players, man. Kerr's got to get a little credit for that, right? No, just going to throw him under the bus and say, oh, he didn't have the right rotations. Okay. All right. Whatever. Fine. Oh, yeah, he's a solid defensive player as well. And he's a starting caliber player who also might who also hopefully would understand that there'd be some games where he'd start, some games where he'd come off the bench, which is an important thing. Like, not everybody who's starting, even on a bad team, unfortunately, it's not all about winning, NBA is full of egos. It's a business. It's not all about winning for everybody. And that's a shame because obviously winners are all about that. But
what about
I thought
go ahead.
I
don't know if we're ready to move on, but Parth wanted to ask about John Collins.
How old is he?
Parth? How old are you? No, I'm kidding. John Collins.
Nice. No, that's a dad joke.
I don't know how old he is, honestly. Atlanta. John Collins, 25 million. He is born in 97, so that gives that
He's going to be in age 26 next year.
26.
Yeah.
Hitting
basketball reference.
2, 3.
Let's see.
How tall?
And he's been to the playoffs 3 times. I mean, I get it. Do you know his wingspan, by the way, Rich? I'm looking at stats here. It's a 30-something percent.
He's got a good contract. I mean, it's stretched out for some time. So
he's been on the trade block for a while. Also in Atlanta. They probably don't want to pair Trae Young with Jordan Poole. So
we know that though?
Huh?
Do we know that?
They don't want to pair Jordan Young and Trae Poole together? Why would they?
Trae Poole and Jordan Young, yeah. Well, I don't know.
Trae Poole and Jordan Young. Is that what I said?
Have some extra firepower. JP can move too, but you got DeJounte Murray already there. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a risk because we don't know if John Collins knows how to win. And he's playing over Loon, I guess, right? Draymond and Collins. I'm not saying I don't like it. It's definitely got the size and a little bit of shooting, kind of from a stretch 4, small ball 5. But the veteran experience part and getting one player back, and the possibility that Atlanta might not want Poole in the way like Detroit. I mean, they get to put 2 champions on that team with Poole and Wiseman from the Dubs, alongside Kate Cunningham and maybe some other prospect that they already have on their team, like a Jalen Duren, who's also kind of a center power forward type, or whoever they pick with number 5. But they, their main guy is probably Cade, and Poole and Cade I can see working together pretty well. I do like the contract thing in that it's there for a while, and it's increasing enough where you could either trade it again, or whatever. But I guess this is my biggest thing about it is I wonder what that does to JK. This Draymond, Loon, and Collins, and JK would be the 4th guy out there.
It does feel like a lot of money. Feels like a lot of money to be in a rotation with. But who else is out there? That's just how much you kind of have to pay. I mean, so $25 million for a guy in the rotation with Draymond, Loon, and JK, right? Oh, that's a lot of money.
It's just a little kind of like it feels like Collins and Kuminga are kind of playing this exact same position, and Kuminga's $7 million next year. Is that right? Something like that. So it's not bad though. It's not bad. It's definitely a reasonable potential trade that actually could happen. It's not trade Poole for LeBron, or something ridiculous like that. Trade Poole for Steph. Right.
But I have
we already have Steph. We already have Steph Curry. Let's go. We'll be okay.
I have to say that the Boyan Alec Burke ones looks way better than this one. I feel, but I get the whole. We need somebody who can maybe guard AD.
It's no. I like the trade idea definitely. I like it definitely. And I would have, I try to be respectful. I would have told you straight up if I thought that was a bad idea.
Right.
It's definitely interesting.
It's better than a lot of other ones we've seen. So I don't know if you want to move on to another one, but someone has thrown out Terrence Mann. Sorry, I always mix them up. Terrence Mann and Robert Covington for JP. So there's
let's get the contracts.
11 million over there, and Terrence.
You want to put the contracts back up on the screen, Rich?
Oh yeah. Here you go. So 10.5 million and 11.7. So we'd have to throw in somebody, but
wait, Terrence Mann?
31. It's 31 to 28.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong year.
So we've got to throw in I'd hate to throw in Moody. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I don't think you'd have to. It's more just, probably
guys, huh?
Rollins, PBJ type, unfortunately. But if you think it's good enough to trade Poole, these guys also should be good enough to be better than Rollins and PBJ. And I like PBJ. I like Patrick Ball.
I don't know about Robert Covington anymore, though.
I mean, yeah, that's the. Oh yeah, no, they would. Oh, right, yeah. So they would be. But here's the thing: the Clippers would be then taking on. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if both teams are over the second apron.
Yeah.
I might have to match salary for salary because one team would have to take less money back, and right now this is about $5 million less that we're taking back than we're sending out. You get what I mean?
Yep.
I'm sure the NBA has something for that between two super tax is what I'm just going to call it because it's our guy Keith Smith's term for it. So I'm just going to call it the super tax. I'm sure there's some way for that, but it couldn't be. I bet you it's not $5 million's different.
Roko's contract disappears right there. I think that would be the biggest problem for me to do this.
Yeah, Burke's contract is over after the next season 2, I think. But Bogdanovich, crucially, would still be.
Yeah, these guys' contracts are not long enough for me. That's the problem.
And Terrence Mann, he's a good player, but let's see how old he is. Oh, I spelled Terrence wrong.
I wouldn't want it just because of the length of their contracts. They're coming off. Definitely not Roko. No way. I don't do it.
Yeah, he's about to be 27 here.
How old is Covington? 30-something?
Oh, 30. He's not as old as he seems, but been in the league since 2014.
I can't do that. I can't do it.
He's going to be 33.
I just don't like how this falls off, and then we got problems, and we got to, we can't just, trade that away. We've got to do something with that. I don't know.
I will say, too, one of the things that attracted me to the Bogdanovich thing was that he's also about a 20-point-per-game scorer, and neither of these guys are around there. I'm not sure he'll be 20 at the Warriors, but maybe just the shot attempts will be a little different. But, 16, 18 a game,
Right.
We are going to have to get that back for a guy. And here's the thing. When you're on the phone, you say, please, just listen to me. Look at Jordan Poole's starting number. And then I'm not sure I even want to trade Poole, okay?
Yeah.
There's no reason we have to. We just need him to continue improving. But if we do, we're talking about a guy who's averaging 24.5 points, 4.5 assists, 3 rebounds on maybe 34, 35% from 3, but 50 something percent from, try and look it up on our friend Stat News as a starter this year.
Oh boy.
Yep. 24.6 points, 4.6 assists, 3.1 rebounds, shooting 33% from 3 on 9 attempts, but 43% from the field on 18.5. So 5 divided by 9.5. He's shooting 52.6% from 2 and drawing fouls, getting to line. That's pretty, that's not 2 role players back. It can't be just 2 role players, I think, So it's an interesting idea, but I'm going to have to pass on that one. I'd rather keep him, I think. But still reasonable, not from a place of anger. So, Amy's out on what? Would you say you're out? Headache now for these trades. Yeah, let's. Do you have another one that you wanted to talk about, Rich?
I haven't seen anyone I've seen someone diss our franchise saying that we're going to play a 6-foot guard as a center. So I don't like that as your first comment ever on our channel. You're coming in here with guns blazing, huh? That's not how we roll. We're not a Wild West saloon.
Who said what?
We're more of a Greek era philosophers,
Yeah, the
meeting of philosophers. You got Plato, Socrates, a couple other dudes.
We'll go. We're out here on the Agora, trying to get everybody's, in the same row in the same direction. Greeks famously sailors,
But yeah, I think we've done, we've looked at some realistic ones. So, check out the description for some of the timestamps that will not become timestamps until we're done with the live stream, but it's all in the notes. Go look at the description.
Absolutely.
So I don't see any other ones out there. But anyways, welcome, Paul. Looks like you were joking. Dreaming. Yeah.
What? Who did he say though?
Oh, he was saying he liked Naz Reid, but I don't think we have enough information on him. And then you were mentioning how he's a second-round pick, so typically the team can re-sign him for more and stuff like that. So.
Oh yeah, he's not on a vet min. He's about to get, I think, paid pretty well by the Timberwolves or somebody else, for sure. I like him. I've liked him for a while, by the way.
So then sometimes it just comes back down to, you could make these trades, and you could trade Poole salary out and get some veterans back in. And it's like everyone's got a good argument for it, and a reasonable one too. And I'm just right back at, you know what? I would rather not try and predict, and just, we're gonna present some scenarios for you so everyone doesn't feel like they're running around with their heads cut off. So you have some reasoning out there to walk around with. But at the end of the day, man, whoever the GM is, I'll just roll with them, and I'll just say, look, I don't have the time to go research all these possibilities. So whoever it is, Bob Myers, Mike Dunleavy, whoever it might be, I'll just roll with you. You're still wearing a Warriors jersey. You're still getting paid by Joe Lacob, so you're on my team. I need to support you. Whoever you decide to go get, if it's nobody and we keep the same squad, run it back, I'm cool with that too. So we'll see what happens, and you just try and learn, and we'll get the explanations.
Definitely.
So we'll get the explanations whether or not, this will be in the beginning of training camp. September. Actually, it'll be the GM usually gets interviewed right after the draft and right after the start of free agency. So both of those things, the Warriors usually put the GM on the podium. So we'll get an explanation, and that won't be too far from now. A month and a half.
An explanation of what?
Of why they did whatever, why they drafted whoever they drafted, or why they traded whoever they traded, or
right.
why they didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And
we got okay, let's catch up.
I think. Well, I might take a break here for
Sure.
a minute, but when I come back, I would love to talk about, like, okay, we talked a little bit about trades. Look, what do we want to see from each player? Or maybe we don't have to do every single player, but little things that, like, if you were their friend and they're like, man, really felt like we could have won that series against the Lakers, feel like, we'd be able to play pretty well against these Nuggets. Well, and let's just give ourselves a better, vibe, atmosphere type coming in off the training camp. The reason I immediately come to that thought is because That's, that's how you have an internal locus of control, where this is something where it's not dependent on who comes back or who doesn't. It's not dependent on what other teams do. It's not dependent on the refs or the league or the lottery. It's just, okay, now that we've seen that we didn't win the title, and there's a difference between not winning the title when you never have or you haven't with this group. We just did, and then we didn't. So how do we get back up there? I'm going to think about what I'll say. But I am going to take a quick little break here just to stretch the legs and everything, if that's okay with you, Rich.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Just looking through the comments, trying to catch up. Christian Wood, who is on the Mavericks. Well, isn't he an unrestricted free agent? So if you're an unrestricted free agent making more than the veterans minimum, then we can't get him. Not even sign-in trade is possible because we'd be hard capped, and that's impossible. Yeah, heavy investment in Cat could be an issue. Re-signing Nas, I think the bottom line is that Nas will no longer will not be attainable by vet men. Therefore, impossible for us to get. Anybody that's an unrestricted free agent making more than the veterans minimum, impossible. We can't even get them on the taxpayer mid-level because we're so high in the tax bracket. They're getting rid of the taxpayer mid-level for teams like us because the other owners hate us and the Clippers. I see the Warriors getting cooked. Why would you say that? I got to time that out. That's unbecoming of the Let's Go Warriors family. That's like John Morant swinging around a gun. You don't do that in our family. You just don't do that. So, oh man, I slapped Lewis on the wrist very hard there by making the comparison to John Morant. That was mean. I get it, but no, that was just so out of pocket. What are you doing? Anyways, what if the Warriors had talked KD into staying? Bro, come on, let go of that. Let go of that and let KD experience his life. We also don't do that here on Let's Go Warriors. I've said the story a trillion times on here. When I was a basketball coach of my all-star squad that I took from my basketball league to other tournaments, we went to tournaments in New York, Vegas, LA, Sacramento. I was thinking about that the other day. The only tournament we never won was freaking LA. And that tells you how deep LA talent is. There's a lot of good teams in LA. No, actually, we did win one. We did win one in LA. So I ran the circuit, baby. I won every single tournament anywhere. That was fun, man. I had a good run, So that makes 5 championships at a minimum. I've won some championships, man. It feels good, baby. But I've also lost a lot. I've been embarrassed a lot at tournaments too. Anyways, how did I get on that track? So one of my all-star teams, man, I had my top 3 players, defect to their own to their own team full of their friends. It was the same thing. Same thing as KD joining up with Kyrie to go play in New York. You know, I even had guys that didn't play basketball with that did that. Us yuppies, we were yuppies back then. And they're like, man, we've done everything here in San Francisco. We've literally gone to every bar in the marina. We've literally gone to every club downtown. We've literally, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yo, Rich, we're going to New York. You coming? I'm like, bro, New York? That's not me, man. I'm a Bay Area guy. I got to stay here. I don't know why. And I get that you, Jeff, and oh man, now I forget his name. Sal. I'll call him Sal. I don't think that was his name, though. I think I'm confusing him with another guy. But Jeff and Sal, man, have at it, man. Go date those 5 million women out there in New York. What a market. Go for it, bro. I can't do it. I can't move out. I'm just not that type. So I can't even blame KD for leaving for New York, let alone to play basketball with Kyrie. I've experienced both the basketball version and the homie version. My homie's leaving me because they wanted to start new careers and have a basically an unlimited dating pool. Good for you, man. So maybe I should have done that. Maybe I should have experienced life to its fullest. I mean, you guys got to know somebody that wanted to move to New York in their mid-20s, in their early 30s, to go, experience the life of the capital of the world. We got to stop hating KD, guys. That's unbelievable. We are the one place on the internet that does not do that. And next year, I'm literally going to ask. I'm going to ask KD's guys and say, hey, look, can you when you do your comeback game here, can you interview with us? Can we have an interview with you? Because we're the one place that never threw you under the bus. I don't know if you know that. I think they kind of get that, but I don't think that they really know that. It's going to take some work, but I would love to have the NBA community understand that we're just one of them. We never throw our guys under the bus, ever. There's no reason to. There's no reason to be outraged. And now we're right back to the diatribe of being outraged on social media 2023. So once again, I have to tell my story, my parallel story about KD joining Kyrie in New York and how we have zero problem with that. So the Warriors could not have talked KD into staying. There's no talking. There was no talking my 2-3 best players into defecting to go play on another tournament team that we would compete against in tournaments. They want to go play with their friends, their buddies. There's nothing wrong with that in basketball. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And my boys, Jeff and Sal, up and left for New York, left me here in a way. Actually, I just didn't hop on the train. That's all. All right. So what else we got? As the great Michael Jordan said, because I failed, that's why I've succeeded. Good to have Dean in the comments, even though he's taking a break. Yeah, Bruce, that's the way to go. Believe in your squad. Where is it? It's hard to match up the StreamYard comments to the YouTube comments. All right. Jonathan Isaac is something that Dean, we'll look at that later. I don't feel like looking it up. But the problem with that one is, does he know how to win? So there's that. So this one, I think we got to be a little bit more philosophical with this one. The whole small ball thing, Paul, you can't have everything. You can't get the two. Basketball tends to have a balancing factor. You can't have the two greatest shooters ever on the planet and expect also to have an AD, a Tim Duncan, as my dad would give as an example. I think the whole Wiseman thing was an indication that it's kind of, and Draymond, it's kind of hard to throw in a bona fide center in all of that. And yet we still were able to develop Looney into a top 10 center in the league that got 20 rebounds against Sabonis 3 times. So the makeup of your squad, stop being so entitled. That's what we don't do here on the Let's Go Warriors channel. So you can't come through the saloon of the Wild West and guns blazing in here. We don't do that. We're the Greek philosophers over here.
Definitely,
man. We're chilling with our fruit and our cheese, and we're talking the game, and we're enjoying life. We're not in this combative mood, ready to do a shootout with everybody and win arguments and stuff. So I think it's a philosophical thing when you go, but we need a big man. I just, I've come to realize that there's a balance for everything. And if we're going to have two of the greatest shooters of all time and a system that Kerr brought in that not only maximizes that, but also and creates options out of that, but also it actually protects them. Because if you're playing one-on-one Phoenix Suns style, okay, clear out Steph, go one-on-one, clear out Klay, go one-on-one, or pick and roll over here, pick and roll over there. I know we did pick and roll against AD and Lakers and all that. Well, we'll talk about that after I go look at the film again. But I just, there's a balance. So if the price is that we'll never really have a bona fide big man to it, so be it. We've got sort of an evolution of that. We've got Draymond, and that's different. So instead of you go back to operating from a position of lack versus a position of abundance, and this applies to life too. So I would rather just walk around thinking that we have abundance. So we have Steph, Klay, and Dray.
Well, Rich,
abundance.
Rich, we don't just have the greatest shooting backcourt ever, the greatest shooters ever, right? We got 3 of the best defenders in the league, no doubt. Gary, Dre, and Loon. So we keep saying we need a center. We have Looney. We have Looney and Draymond. That we didn't lose. Look, man, I really have to say, I don't think we lost that Lakers series based on the defense. I don't. I think our defense is pretty good. We lost it because only Steph was able to actually, get to the rim and score most of the time. If we'd had Jordan Poole averaging 17 points a game and Klay hitting efficiently, I mean, we win game 4, we win game 1, because that's the series right there, isn't it? And we have talent. I get the someone mentioned in the comments, forget who it was. Also, we're not coming in guns blazing, but we can't come in guns blazing on this one. Kareem said, you don't know how to win unless you learn how to lose. And that's difficult for a lot of people to get. I hadn't heard that from Kareem, but he's a great writer, obviously, and a great basketball player.
Dean's got the man, you got more of these than Ted Lasso, man.
I know that's a legendary show, so I don't know about that, man. Yeah, I mean, look, I honestly, I really just kind of want to talk about player development at this point because those are the guys we have in the team, and they can all improve. Every one of them can improve, I think. Do you want to go into that, Rich?
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead. My vocal cords are tired.
So I'll just say the same exact starting lineup that I said when talking about the trade, the Bogdanovich-Burks trade, which Steph, Gary, Wiggs, who hopefully won't be hurt and miss a bunch of time and then play on a broken rib next year. That might have also helped just a little bit. I don't know. But we'll go Steph, Gary, Wiggs, Kuminga, and Dray, right? Just incredible size and athleticism and defense. I'm on the TV. Nice. Had to put on the stream. But we'll go with that as a starting lineup. Just to say it again because I keep distracting myself. Steph, Gary, Wiggs, Kuminga, and Draymond. Put huge size and athleticism and defense around Steph. And at least to start the game, make sure that our focus is on being a great defensive team again. That's what won us all the championships that we have. Every finals that we've made, we were an excellent defensive team, not a run and gun. That doesn't work. The Mike D'Antoni stuff, that doesn't work. You have to be able to play defense. And then the second unit, right now, let's say it's, Dante, Jordan, Moses, Klay, and Loon. That's still pretty good too, right? Looney might be the hardest guy for me to really say much about because there's not much I think he needs to add other than maybe being a little bit more comfortable taking about a free throw line extended jumper just to put a little bit of pressure on the D. And I think he's shown he's got a nice touch in those shots. Not even a float, just a little flat-footed jumper because guys are going to be so far off of him, even at the free throw line, that maybe also a team adjustment is try and get Looney the ball a little bit more often. Little post-up action. Where it's mostly what Draymond does a lot too, where he'll post up in the low block. But the big thing is, trying to get guys to cut, letting him play make and forcing someone to defend him up. Because if Looney's posting up, you have to defend. You can't sag off of him, right? But I think that's, the biggest thing for him. Just try and get him a couple more touches. Let him play. He's a great passer. Let him play make a little bit more and maybe a free throw line jumper. Defensively rebounding in terms of his leadership, team, being a great teammate, all that type of stuff. I think that's been proven that he's excellent at that. I love the way that Klay has been passing the ball, even in that game 6 where he just shot uncharacteristically poorly, even on wide open looks. Even in that game, he still came out of that with 5 assists, with no, LeBron ran away from Klay Thompson with the ball in his hands to go guard Steph, which, that might not be the best idea most of the time is to leave Klay that wide open. But his ability as a playmaker is something I think we really should try and explore here a little bit. I also think Klay is, it's a lot of face up for him. I would like to see him use his back a little bit more, even when he's dribbling and stuff. And if you're not good at attacking the rim, those little turnaround, put a little contact and, or half spin type things, or just, kind of bully your way against smaller defenders rather than trying to drive past them. I think that would open up Klay's ability to start making closer shots, or getting better shots around the rim. And of course, you have to respect his jumper. The one shot he was hitting consistently was that beautiful little left side 10, 15 foot, fading to the left shot. So you start maybe add a little, jab step type thing, more pump fakes. Kerr, I've heard this for years, has been begging Klay and Steph to be more deceptive, and we're just not a deceptive team. We're just not. We're pure buckets, play the game the right way, never try and draw fouls and that type of thing, But I think you add those little things into Klay, get him to play a little bit bigger and utilize his really strong passing abilities. And that, that opens up a whole nother dynamic for Klay that, fits with his body type. I mean, that dude is huge. He's the one kind of oversized player that we have, like 6'7", 225, 230 at shooting guard. It was actually larger when Steph and Draymond and even Looney are a little under. Well, Looney's not undersized, but he's under height at all their positions. So I guess I'm playing him as a power forward a little bit here, but I think Klay has a lot to be able to add to his game as he gets older that will really enable him to create a lot more open looks for himself and for other people too. And he's always going to be a great shooter. I mean, the dude, Klay at his worst is still as good as Miami Heat Ray Allen. And that dude was vital to those teams making 2 finals and winning 2 championships. And I mean, last year I think he was the second leading scorer on the team throughout the playoffs. So I am far from thinking Klay is in trouble. I just think there's we've talked about the old Klay before, right? Will ever get back to be the old Klay? I don't want the old Klay. I want the new Klay. I want this version of Klay, the older, smarter, stronger, bigger, a little bit meaner, more deceptive Klay, So anyway, I've been thinking about him a lot. And I think that would be very, very difficult for any team to guard. Moody just needs time. That's a coaching adjustment where you have to find minutes for him now. After this playoffs, there's no excuse.
Sorry. Back to Klay. I just wanted to add.
Yeah. Okay.
His second half in Game 6 against the Lakers was pretty good, actually. Like, he was driving and kicking. I'd never seen a Klay that unselfish.
That's what I'm talking about, the playmaking.
He knew his shooting was awful that night, so he knew that I got to do some other stuff. Now, if he comes in with that, if you flip that around, opening tip-off, do that. Oh, I mean, that's going to open up your game. So
could Klay play make for Steph?
Yeah.
Could Klay and Draymond run those pick and rolls while Curry's just slicing defenses up off the ball, waiting to get fed by one of those two dudes? I think he can. I really do. I think so.
So repeat what you're saying on Moody.
Moody is a coaching adjustment. That we have to find minutes for him. We can't have two-way guys or most of the other. Like, we need to find the Moody for minutes. Yeah, great. That's why I'm on the podcast. We need to find the minutes for Moody. Yeah, I just, he's crashing the boards. He never complains. He understands, why the team's asking to do these things. And come off the bench or start or whatever. He's playing his heart out on defense. He's taking and making open shots confidently, and he's learning from Klay, man. I mean, that's exactly the type of player that Klay started off as. Good shooter, 3-and-D, works hard, plays hard, defense. And Moody's not as good of a shooter, obviously, but Moody's pretty athletic, man. I mean, so we have to play him regular minutes, and that goes the same with JK. Although JK has more things that I would like to see him add to his game. Moody's doing fine for a backup 2-3 type player. I mean, we're so lucky to have a player like him, really, at such a young age, because if we can keep him on the team and God willing he's healthy, he's going to be extremely, extremely important for this team. So. Jordan, more change of pace. I think you want to cut out the off the dribble 3-point shots, probably, maybe one a game. It's just not his shot. And I know he's around Steph and Klay, and they tend to take those kind of shots more, but, it's so hard to guard a guy with his quickness who also knows how to change gears, who knows how to slow down and then speed up again. I'd be watching De'Aaron Fox and D'Angelo Russell because now those guys are tremendous defenders, but they've really picked it up on the defensive end. De'Aaron Fox on how to use your quickness without being out of control. D'Angelo Russell on what you can get by going real slow, which is not always the easiest. Sometimes it's actually hard to play slower if you have that kind of burst. You want to play like Steph, man. It's not the 3 dribbles between your legs, shoot a 30-footer over 2 guys. That's not what made Steph great. It isn't. It's the incredible off-ball offense, the rebound, the defensive effort, the screening, the gravity that he created from getting good shots and then working his ass off to be able to make those shots eventually. You don't start with that, though. That's where you end up when you become great, right? So that and more focus, obviously, especially on the defensive end. And one thing that will help with that is lower in defensive position and please on the balls of your feet and your toes, not flat-footed. There's too much Jordan Poole standing flat-footed, standing up defensively. Even if he's watching the play, right? Even if he knows what's going on and he's trying, that your body's just not in the correct position to be able to defend quickly. So, we know what Jordan Poole can be offensively. We saw it in the playoffs, and we saw it with him as a starter, especially. He played great, man. He carried this team when Steph was out in terms of running Steve Kerr's system. That is something we can't take away from this guy. That's difficult, man. But if you want to win, like at a championship level, again, with this team, there has to be smarter shot selection. You have to emulate the better parts of Steph, right? Not the turnovers and the difficult threes, but the off-ball movement and the understanding of shot selection and the defensive awareness. Steph is a very defensively aware guy. He doesn't necessarily have the physical tools to be like locked down all the time, but he always puts in the effort and he always knows what's happening. And Jordan can get there. He has all the tools to be able to get there. He really does. I will say too, Poole is lots of times, or was last season, lots of times the only other guy other than Steph who was consistently getting the ball to the rim, and was probably still our best foul drawer throughout the playoffs, probably because Steph doesn't, I think, get the calls that I think he should. But Jordan was really good at that. and he played all 82, and he played every playoff game. So there's a level of toughness there, and there's a level of commitment to playing that a lot of other guys his age don't play all 82 and play every single game, and he's played 70 something games I think last year. And he was playing on. And I haven't heard anyone mention this since game 1, but he was playing throughout that series on a pretty badly sprained ankle too. So let's have a little, not just a little grace, but a little love, a little remembering of, okay, Jordan Poole's a really good player. He just had a terrible start to the year with the Draymond Green, his big bro, punching him, and had a terrible end to the year with playing hurt, struggling, probably being kind of exhausted, not really playing in the position that, is most comfortable for him. But we've spent enough time talking about that. You get what I'm trying to say. Dante, I hope the possibility that he could come back, and I think there is a possibility he could come back, is excellent because, he's such a great rebounder at the guard position. He's an excellent passer. I mean, how many times did he get 8 rebounds, 7, 8 assists, and he took like 3 shots. So totally a Warriors player in that sense, able to score if we need him to score. But also, stop, Bruce, man, come on. Again, I don't know if I can handle those relationships. This is a very difficult job that we're talking about. GM, especially for a title contender. But I thank you for the compliment, my man. That's very nice of you. So the one thing for Dante is, buddy, you have to be more confident when you attack the. I see you rebound. I see you defend. I know you have the physical athleticism to be able to attack the rim confidently. Well, dude's jumping up at the rim and turning around midair and firing a pass accurately because he's strong. Like, bro, go. You're there for the layup, man. Did that amazing reverse layup against, going past AD, and then it's just like, where's the confidence in attacking the hoop, Dante? You're a good free throw shooter. I mean, go hard to the hoop, buddy. That's it. Just do that, man. You'll never get a mid-level exception again. That'll be either, bird rights or a salary cap, man. Like, Dante adds that to his game. Just look out. Really, just look out. That guy's really good. Basketball. Being humble. Yeah, well, this team has been humbled. And that's a good thing for us. You're right, Robbie. Absolutely. So, Draymond, buddy, I don't know anybody who can. Well, we're struggling a little bit out there, Draymond. Could you go pick up De'Aaron Fox? Thanks. Oh, we meant Anthony Davis. Oh, okay, great. You can do all that? Yeah? We might need to put you on LeBron or Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum. Maybe Luka a little? Are you good with all those guys? Yeah? You can go Ja? You can guard everybody? That's ridiculous, man. But look, Draymond can score the basketball. He has to shoot the ball. If we get anybody other than Kevin Durant who's actually capable of averaging 25 to 30 points a game on this team alongside Steph, maybe Draymond's shooting isn't as important. But right now, we need Draymond to confidently shoot the ball every game. Every game. Doesn't have to be 15 shots, but the not even looking at the rim, or only ever taking a jump shot if it's right at the end of the like, Draymond can score the ball. He's not Dennis Rodman. He can score the basketball, and if he does it, we are so hard to beat. Honestly, just double-digit shot attempts. Most of the time, Draymond's going to be pretty efficient. As I was saying, I like the little backpack fadeaway shot. He's really good from corner threes. I saw this guy do a fake handoff wrap around his back, behind the back. And did he dunk it or add one layup or something like that? And next game he took 2 shots. Like, Dre, buddy, you're a Hall of Famer. We trust you as much as anybody else in this team. That when you decide to take the shot, and when you're aggressive scoring, that you are going to play well, and we are going to win games, a lot of games, a lot more games than we won this year. So that's the only thing. His passing, his defense, his rebounding, his leadership, his versatility. The fact that Draymond was willing to come off the bench, I mean, just ask Coach Kerr, like, hey, please, I'm not just saying that to sound good. Like, if you actually want to do it, I'll do it. And you want to do it again, I'll do it. I mean, that's a great sign for just how committed this guy is. And please, let's go Warriors family. Don't say anything about him podcasting. Oh, he shouldn't be podcasting after games. Come on, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. Look, we are so lucky that we get to actually listen to Draymond talk about basketball for our team more than any other team. That's amazing. I've learned so much, and I've got a lot of great teachers, and I can't think of a better one than Draymond Green. So, anyway, that's what I have to say about that. Jonathan Kuminga, obviously needs to play. We need Jonathan. We need to figure out a way to make Jonathan Kuminga a regular. I'm not saying 36 minutes a game, but we got to find 20 something minutes for him, right? Like, we have to. Most every game.
That's the one thing there that I would love to know if the coaching staff, I get that he forgot to rebound against Sacramento and then you lost trust in him. I mean, I've been there. I've coached guys.
Yeah.
I still just the desperation of beating the Lakers and needing a fence bender, as Draymond has coined, which he got from somewhere else. I forgot where he got from, but Joe Dumars maybe. Yeah, Joe Dumars.
Yeah, makes sense.
Why not? I know he's played bad, but maybe we're learning something more where Steve has a hard line about that, is that you don't get any minutes unless you earn them.
I think, though, one of the problems was the Steph speech was about, he might have been like, why am I not playing? I need minutes. And he might have a point, but you can't bring that energy. And that's what I think was bothering Kerr probably as much as anything else. Just, I don't know that, obviously. It's just a guess. So Kuminga, though, I mean, get that attitude right, and you prove it.
I actually heard that. I heard that from somebody else who's kind of an insider too. I just wasn't able to piece when they said it. Now that you brought it up, that it could have been the speech before the bus ride, I'm going, oh, okay, actually that timeline does work. I mean, sounds obvious, right? But no, I mean, I heard something about JK's attitude, and I'm thinking earlier in the season, for whatever reason, I'm thinking that. And then you just brought up the speech, and I'm going, oh, okay, now I'm putting 2 and 2 together a little bit. So that may be, we're highly speculating B-ball, but B-ball, that might be why.
The whole attitude. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that. Again, I think Kuminga has a point here. No doubt. But it's next season now. You have time to prove it. And we have minutes to give you.
No reason to just
we're going to need it.
That pass, but yeah. And also, So what do you think about me saying that Kerr has a hard line on the earning the minutes? That's just how he develops you.
I totally didn't get it with Moody, but then Moody comes out and performs in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know, because this is your opportunity, and if you prove it here, it's proven. You know, so he did. I'm gonna keep going back to Kevon Looney on this. How much did he love Loondog? He wanted to play him so bad, and yet he didn't until it was the time for it. And Looney really, other than being hurt, hasn't looked back. You know, so
maybe Kerr's way of developing players is actually the right way. Who knows, right? You gotta consider it.
Maybe Kerr knows what he's doing. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think I might give him the benefit of the doubt on that one a little bit. You know, it is frustrating because it takes longer. You know.
Yeah.
But
and that's the thing is Steve's been around so long. He's able to see this, entire timelines. He's seen 2 of them, Chicago's, which he was a part of, and San Antonio's.
Also, we keep talking about that, but he was on some pretty rough teams to start his career, winning wise. I think they were probably pretty good teammates and everything, but you have to remember he's been around some teams that really lost a lot. So he also has a pretty good understanding of what doesn't work too, I would say, and he'd rather be overly strict in the beginning before you're an established player with established minutes than try and rein that in later, is my guess, which makes total sense and probably is what I would do. Although I was a little bit quicker to one. I mean, I was kind of saying, maybe we should try Kuminga in game 4 in the finals last year. Me and you, Rich, were discussing that, and that's because he has the talent. But Kerr's gonna be, I think, really looking for ways to make sure that a guy like Kuminga can play for this team, because we desperately need it, and he's probably a better option than something we can trade for in that sense. So, and Kuminga knows that. He said, I'm going to try and rebound like Loon. I love that,
Yeah.
in his awesome kind of, African French speaking accent of his, man. And that wasn't him just saying the right thing. I think, he was frustrated in part also probably because he knew he wasn't doing what they had asked him to do. As far as what I'd like to see from his game, the rebounding, talking about point of attack, which he's good at, so better team defense. He was a 37% three-point shooter this year, and I like his form. Kind of Magic Johnson down low at his feet where it doesn't really jump, and a little Ray Allen kind of dip and sort of a two-handed shot up top. But it looks stable. It looks replicable. So I'm happy with that. You know what I think it is? I think it's going up in a kind of way that feels a little scarier for a defender in terms of protecting the ball going towards the rim. A little bit more elbows out, a little bit more, it doesn't all just have to be dunk over the top, There's also I don't know if I want Kuminga's elbows and shoulders going at my body when he's trying to finish, be the aggressive slasher that we know JK could be. Other than that, again, the shooting, the point of attack, the passing, it's all it's all right there. Just got to put it together in the right way. I like that he's international too. Those guys, they're tough players, man. You know. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on JK. Again, I like him in that lineup too with Steph and the just the huge athletic defensive type players, you know, play finishers that Steph and Draymond can create for. And I'm not really worried about the spacing quite as much. Honestly, I think spacing might be a little overrated, you know, because if it's not spaced, there's more openings at the 3-point line. And if it is spaced and you can't get to the hoop, it doesn't do much other than make you take bad threes. So give me the defense and the athleticism, and we can adjust with the minutes of the other players on the team, the other shooters on the team. Wiggins, gotta say, don't have much on Wiggs. Just health for you and your family. That's it. Really. Don't have a broken rib trying to guard LeBron. Don't get hurt or sick. And please don't let anything happen to his family. And Wiggs, man, what a mensch. You know? Wiggs is a has he proven more? Has he had a better career flip than anybody else that you can think of in the league? I'm not sure I can think of anybody else who's really just turned his entire reputation around like Wiggins. But yeah, man.
Gosh, where do you even begin to think about that? You just have to go down the list of 30 teams and try and figure that one out.
Well, the point is
Otto Porter. No, in a microcosm.
Otto Porter, I think, gave us his left foot for that title.
Yeah.
So thank you, Otto. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I mean, you got to think of a champion. So you got to look at champions because Wiggs won a championship. So you look at.
I would have said Bud, but he got fired.
Who?
Coach Bud after that 21 title that he won. I know he's not a player.
Oh, okay. Oh gosh, who else is there? DeMar DeRozan? Nah, he was always good.
People always liked him too. I mean, the analytics guys.
I can't think of another guy.
Yeah, so I mean, anyway, the point is Wiggs is just. I went from thinking that guy didn't care about basketball and just wanted the money to thinking this guy doesn't care about the money. He just wants to win. You know? I'm like, thank God. Thank you, Bob Myers. And
Jimmy Butler? Bruce says Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler. Again, he his problem was never not caring, though. But, yeah. Butler just keeps being proven right. Hey, these Sixers are way too soft, and Ben Simmons, you know, is dedicated. And the Wolves don't have the right culture around them to win. Was he right? Also, I can help you guys. Now get out of here, Jimmy. Don't talk to our lottery picks like that, you winner. What have you done? You didn't get drafted high. You just play hard every game. Man.
Ooh, JaVale. There's a good example. JaVale. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, but not the second best player on the title team. You know,
right?
But a great reclamation project.
I see the parallel.
And that was the Warriors too. Yet again, it was the Warriors doing that. So
most spades, baby, most spades.
Most spades, yeah.
Now we're throwing out all kinds of yeah, Zaza.
Yep. So anyway, not much to say about Wiggs' improvement other than just please keep being Wiggins, man. You're the best. And then the dude took a discount for us. After all that, he took a discount. What? This guy's a Warrior legend already. And he's just turned 27. That's something you have to remember, you know? And generally he's been pretty durable. So this was a really, really tough season, man. Oh my God. Looking back on it now. Oh. It was a long, hard season, man.
The toughest part was dealing with the negativity. That was the toughest part of it. To me, it's just another season. I mean, yeah, you want to win championships, but I've been doing this year in and year out. It just so happens that we've only been doing these live streams for 2 years. One won a championship, and then the other one just now we didn't. But I've been covering the Warriors in other ways on this channel. And you know, this was one of the best years for me just because of the family we created
definitely,
right now.
Definitely.
So, but yeah,
this was the first time where the vibes have really been off.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah. I'm just trying to say sometimes don't get too lost in, you're putting your head down during the season, and you're grinding and you're following the team and all of that, but then every now and then look up and go, this is pretty cool. This is a pretty cool ride. That's all I'm saying. Just being philosophical about it. But yeah, well, basketball wise, very, very tough. So many obstacles, man.
You still should say thank you for the way this team fought in the playoffs. So, I mean,
we got a 50-point game 7 out of it. That was unbelievable.
There was a strong possibility we could have been gentlemen swept in the first round, which that's what we would not be having the offseason talk we're having right now if that happened. And man, maybe Steph with that 50-point game 7, an NBA record for 2 weeks. But that game, man, that, maybe it's worth it just remembering just how great Steph Curry is, But anyway, Gary Payton II. We do only have 2 players that I was going to talk, because a 10-man rotation is enough. I mean, I think that's enough to go into detail about. But anyway, Gary got to play Gary Payton more too. I mean, I'm saying that about a couple different guys, but really, like, we've had a tendency to play him spot minutes, like in Game 6.
I'm going to play all these guys.
Well, that's
the playoffs is different.
Playoffs are different, absolutely. But 10 minutes in a Game 6 just felt like, I mean, there might have been reasons for it. It seems like he had a bad stomach flu the whole series. But I think Gary really, I mean, one of the reasons we even made it as far as we did is because we got Gary Payton II back, So, part of that though is, I'm not sure what Gary shot this year. Let me look that up. But obviously, just being a more consistent 3-point shooter will be helpful. Oh my God, he shot 82.1% from 2 this year
Oh,
in the playoffs.
jeez.
So just a little bit, and it's a little harder if you're left-handed for whatever reason. Most lefties aren't as good shooters as right. I mean, there's some exceptions to that, but generally, left-handed players aren't quite as good shooters as righties. So 60 in the playoffs, he shot 26.7% from three on 1.3 a game, and 66.7% from the line. That's probably the biggest thing. Is just if you can work on that jump shot just a little bit, maybe particularly from the free throw line. I think that there's no reason Gary can't, especially with how physical he is on offensive rebounds and being a play finisher around the hoop. You know, we want him to get to the line. So a little bit of improvement there. That'll get the jump shot flowing. And then that's vicious, Bruce. 2-0 in moral victories. God, man. I'm glad you're on my side, Bruce. You know, I'm glad you're on my side most of the time, man. I wouldn't want to get on Bruce's bad side here. But anyway, just keep working as hard as you possibly can on that jump shot. And if Gary starts hitting those, man, he's going to be an incredible. He's already kind of a bargain at what, 9 million, 8.5, 9 million. So I think Gary definitely should remain confident in that jumper too. The final one is Wardell StephenCurry II. Not easy to find things for Steph to get better at. But also get the emails for Game 3. That's not comforting. That's you trolling the Lakers again, man, and you're doing it really well. But anyway, let me finish my point here, Bruce, before you destroy my family's team yet again. Steph, there's only two things that really come to mind. It's that last year he was, again, like I said, for a Klay thing, he was using like a little bit more spin moves and stuff, which I really like, just using your back offensively for especially with the dribble that he has. The other thing is, you talk about turnovers. I knew someone was going to say it, cut down the turnovers. Well, how do you actually help him do that? Well, what are the turnovers from? It's not from him losing the ball generally on the dribble or anything like that. Even the difficult shots that he takes tend not to be turnover type things, you know. So what is it? It's the passing. And it's not a problem with Steph's vision. He can see passes just incredibly, right? I mean, he's got incredible passing vision. I think your dad works for the Warriors. Oh, nice. Okay, Dog Guy 93. Very cool. What does he do, if you don't mind us asking? But
his name is Joe.
Oh, cool. Well, is your dog Larry?
That would mean that Dog Guy is Kirk or Kent, or is there a third brother? No, I don't think so.
Well, no, there could be some guy his dad works for the Warriors. His name is Joe, and his last name isn't Lakeup, I guess. But, you know. But anyway, sorry, just want to finish up this point real quick. For Steph on the turnovers, I almost wonder if maybe, again, a little deception, like, and not just for assists, right? But, you know, I'll say it this way, not telegraphing the pass, which we've seen even the great Steph Curry do a little bit too much. And please, for the love of God, throw the ball lower. I don't need this nearly as much as it happens. You know what I mean? With the hook pass trying to go above people. Like, you're Steph Curry. You're littler than everybody. You dribble lower than people. Throw it past their ankle, to throw the ball, bounce. Please throw bounce passes. That's all I got. Maybe a spin move here or there. Throw more bounce passes, throw the ball lower so that it's harder for these tall guys to just jump up and get it. Other than that, still the best. I think you're right. Still the best.
Well, I mean, now there's more urgency. I called it kind of like goofing off a little bit too much at Charlotte, at Orlando and stuff. And the only way to cure that is to lose those games, which we did. So maybe it's just some of that humble pie. My outraged dad had a weird theory saying that he was making those turnovers because he was unhappy with the team. And I don't think so. I think my dad is drawing.
He's doing it on purpose.
He's poking around for reasons because my dad's mad at the season. But I throw that out there in case anybody else has any theories. But my theory is that Steph was just loose with it because he thought he could get away with it this season. And sometimes the only way to learn that you can't get away with that stuff is to lose. So, check, we lost.
You know what? It's almost like kind of, I'm almost thankful we did. Because, to be honest, as amazing as repeat championship after this kind of year would have been, if we won a title with all those bad mistakes, can you imagine what, I mean, I just think it would have been pretty tough. Trying to have the same feeling of like, oh, we have to correct the mistakes we made all season long. It's kind of good that we lost to light a fire under us. I think so. What's up, Tim? No, you don't have to go for the 73-9. The Lakers in 1972 had a 33-game win streak. The Bulls obviously won 72 games, and the Warriors started off 24-0 and ended up with 73-9. And in every case, Jerry West, Michael Jordan, and Steph Curry had their statistically least productive finals. So it's not so much that you have to go all out with a more veteran team. Like you don't have to go 82-0, but you can't just honestly trick away games, just, oh, well, whatever. No, whatever. Oh, we'll be better, especially on the road. Like, yeah, the regular season where you build habits. And Draymond, talked about that, I think, and Kerr. I don't know. I listened to Draymond's podcast and a lot of the exit interviews and everything, but they talked about like, yeah, it was Draymond. It was Draymond in the Stephen A. thing. He's saying, the punch affected the chemistry of the team and affected Draymond's ability to, be Draymond as a leader. Yeah, I mean, you hope the team comes back with the full energy and focus that they need. But look, Rich, I got to go get some groceries. The grocery store is about to close in 15 minutes.
Okay.
I should be
No
back.
worries.
I'll stay in the comments and everything.
Okay.
But
I'll
whenever
call
you
you
want
back.
to go,
Yeah, we'll find out
go
your
ahead.
schedule coming up.
Oh yeah, okay.
Do you happen to know it off the top? Just type it in later.
Okay, yeah, or I can text you.
Yeah. But
Okay.
then also let me know as soon as you can. But go get
Okay.
your groceries. But then if we can let the audience know when you might next be available, then that's helpful too.
Oh, right. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Sounds
All right.
good. All
Take
right.
care.
See ya.
Appreciate you. Dean Chambers. Always good having him on. Is this my internet that's going slow? Don't know. Okay, but good to have you guys on here. Malone called out Murray for not impacting the game outside of scoring. Right. Yeah. I think you hit the nail on the head there, Bruce. I think our guys can't do that. They've done too much, and but I'm glad you brought this up because it drives me up the wall sometimes too. But Malone's guys have not won anything. Our guys have won 4 championships and stuff, and especially when you got confidently arrogant guys in the room, just don't know that can be applied here. So I agree, but I just don't think that's possible with confidently arrogant guys like Steph and Klay. Don't forget Klay, Klay Dray. So, and Looney's the type of guy. He's so quiet that like you already know he's mad at himself if he's not playing well. So yelling at Looney doesn't do anything because he's already inwardly mad at himself. So, it's kind of that's the team we have. So I've come to just accept them for who they are. Yep. Also on JaMichael, I agree with this. JK coming in, being the Otto Porter type. But also, I think JaMichael, we forget that he had that infection. Did Dean talk about JaMichael? We might as well talk about him. So, yeah. Poor JaMichael Green had the COVID and infection, double whammy. Leg infection, double whammy, which I've also had. I've had a leg infection too, man. I've been through it all. It's nuts. But anyways, that's the role JK can snatch next season. So we will. Can we pass the baton of leadership? I think you mean to somebody else. I always thought it would years from now out here in 2026. Here, it might be reasonable to think that could be Jordan Poole down here. This past season would cause most observers to call that blasphemy. But just remember, you do gain a lot of experience and knowledge each year. So I think Jordan Poole will be fine. But I don't know if that's what you meant. Yeah, the Nick Wright, Skip Bayless, who cares? I don't even bother wasting time on that at all. Monica McNutt, I have no idea who that is. I have maybe a tiny idea of who that is, but not really. Okay. Yeah, I think we're fine. I think we'll be good. I always go back to looking at this, and we talked about the most realistic trade that we could do is maybe Jordan Poole for Boyan and Alec Burks. That'll get you some veterans. So Dean's suggested trade there is a really good, compelling one. But even if we didn't do that, gosh, man, we can play better. These guys, we can play better. We've got the sting of the ouster in the Western Conference semifinals. By the way, I need to go back to this all the time. This is the Spurs. They won a championship, then lost in the first round. Of course, it was, I think that was, no. That's regular. 53-29. They won 53 games and got bounced by the Suns. Then they lost the conference finals. Then they lost the conference semifinals. Did they break up the team all that much? No, of course, it's different team. They probably didn't have a Jordan Poole trade chip type deal where they had a guy, $28 million contract that's very tradable. But they kept pretty much the same team. And then they played better. Beat the Nets, beat the Mavericks and the Lakers along the way, and the Suns, old nemesis teams. Then lost in the conference semifinals, just like we just did. Then came back and won another championship. So there's trials and tribulations. Then lost the semifinals again. Then won another championship. Right? It's like, this is not all that bad. This is not all that bad. Oh, yeah, Monica, Grizzlies fan. You're right. Yeah. That's where I've seen that. Anyways. Yes, I want to go back because some of you are joining late. Why would you trade away this super favorable contract? Team option, extend them for, this guy's only going to make, maybe you would extend him for more later, but he's on track to make 10 million in 2025. That's peanuts. This is so small. Why would you trade that? That's like you want salaries like that on your payroll. Why would you trade that? That makes no sense. Stop it. I get it if another team is just demanding that and you really want their guy. Like if you fell in love with OG Anunoby, all right. And then but that's a little bit complicated. And we looked at that earlier and, okay. So that's a possibility. Fine. That's a possibility. Whatever. If he's part of a package to get Siakam, but I don't know, I think Siakam's making way too much. Let's take a look. I think he's 40 million, right? 37. That's too much. We can't even, we'd still have to send out more than we're taking. We'd have to throw in another player there. It's just, I'm just back to, we better get something pretty darn big in return if we're including Jonathan Kuminga's salary in this. I think people are tossing his name around a little too easily. So that's my hot take on the whole JK thing. JK's contract is being tossed around a little too loosely out there on Twitter. But what did you expect? Am I okay with Warriors signing a big? I'm okay with the Warriors signing whoever the hell they want to sign. That's the whole thesis. The whole thesis here is that there's tons of possibilities. So whatever they want to do is whatever I'm going to root for, because I don't have the time to create a spreadsheet of 450 players and have all these formulas and stuff and have all these, trade machine type things and look at every scenario day in and day out and calling up every one of those 450 players and making sure you stay in touch with them, and 480, probably plus GM assistants. So then you have 600 people in your contact database you're keeping in touch with. I don't have time for that. So what's the next best thing? The next best thing is literally to just believe in your franchise. Well, you're gonna be on Twitter saying, "Oh, we need to do this, we need to do that. Oh, I'm a better GM than all of these buffoons." That type of deal. No, I'm not. I don't have the time, nor do I have the paycheck. They didn't give me a salary and benefits commensurate with somebody who works for Bob Myers. Why should I do all the work? Heck no. I'm here to run Let's Go Warriors, the channel, which is Let's Go Warriors. Therefore, I put my trust in Bob Myers, and then whoever succeeds Bob Myers, whenever that happens, that's the whole name of the game. So I'm not here to complain about my team. I'm here to root for my team. You got to really go to the next level for this. It's not about being mad at every nitpicky thing here. It really isn't about that. We have Steph Curry through 2026, just as Dean loves to remind us. I'm here for the ride. And I'm pretty sure we've got a coach that can get us another trophy. We've got players that can get us another trophy. We've got a general manager that can do it. And even if it's not Bob, we still got somebody who can do it. You got to have confidence in it. Because if you don't, then what are you doing? You're just trolling on Twitter and you're mad all the time. And let me give you a hint. If you're trolling on Twitter and you're mad all the time, are you really mad at the Warriors? I tend to think that that's not the real issue. The real issue may be that you don't love life as much. The real issue might be there's something else going on over here that's bothering you, that's getting you in a combative mood. So maybe you can work on that, whatever that may be. Maybe try to find some gratitude for just having that in your life and dealing with it. Everybody's got shit going on. I've got shit going on. Believe me. I've got unresolved conflicts. But that's where you have to kind of take a step back every day and reset yourself. Just like the Warriors need to do. The Warriors need to hit that reset button and go, oh man, that was a tough season, man. We really went through it. You can do a laundry list of things we went through. Well, let's hit the reset button, and you know what? What's one of the first things on the to-do list? One of the first things on the to-do list is, man, I got to find joy in this. Yeah, we lost. It sucks. It hurts. But if I don't have that joy of going to the gym and improving, and, Jordan Poole, he's got to work on his defense. So whatever you need to do that, whether it's film and then, okay, I just watched the film and I got to do these defensive slides, whatnot. JK, look at film and, okay, I got to get in the mindset, watch some Looney tape, watch my tape, look at the difference between Looney and myself, and I got to start doing that. Maybe just mental just playing pickup games and just attacking that rim as an off-ball cutter rebounder type. I'm talking about love for the game and dedication to your life, to your craft, that isn't necessarily that easy, but you got to fall in love with it. And so you got to fall in love with the Warriors too. There's got to be some kind of resonance, some kind of that's got to be a parallel in your life, a microcosm of what you go through. So that's the main thing. So they can go sign a big, they can not go sign a big. I trust them. I got to. Otherwise I'll go crazy. And then I'll be an angry person on Twitter all over again. I don't want that. That's not rewarding. That's not valuable. That's not what you want to get out of life. You want to get out of life always complaining and whining and saying and suffering. You don't want to be a victim all the time. You want to be in a situation where you wake up and you're happy with everything. And even if you're not happy with everything, you know that it'll get better. You just think positive thoughts and you dream of the desired outcome, because you got to train your mind to have those happy thoughts. You got to train your mind to do it. So you're building positive habits, and that helps you get in a state where you're not being combative with everybody. You're not thumb typing away your negativity, and you're in a situation where you're like willing to learn about the game. So now we get to learn about, so maybe the way that Steve develops players is with the hard line of earning your minutes. Maybe that's actually the better way to go, especially with this squad. We're not the Detroit Pistons, where just go ahead and just play. You need experience, make mistakes, get better. We don't have that luxury here. So you kind of learn that instead of be outraged and in denial about that, or saying that Steve sucks in that respect. Just accept it as it is and try and find the thing that keeps your life going, which is to learn, to grow, to become more mature, to have wisdom, to reflect, to have gratitude, to share what you have with other people, share that joy. Come back here and just keep sharing it, because that's what life is about, is to have gratitude for everything, because and I think that's what we're here to learn. So let's see. The Spurs get Wemby, teach killer instinct. Yeah, it's that goes back to the humble pie thing. It's hard to have killer instinct when you just won a championship. Whoever wins the championship this year, let's see if they've got that killer instinct, right? The only problem is, double down, you have to wait. You have to be patient to see the information, the data to come through that, the next champion is not going to have that killer instinct. What happened to the 2022 Bucks? They didn't have the killer instinct, right? So sometimes you need to lose to reset that hunger. Mike Brown coming to the Warriors? That's not happening, Alvin. Move on, baby. Mike Brown is with Sacramento. Or are you talking about another Brown? Who's Brown? There's a lot of Browns out there. A lot of teams are interested in JK. Sure, yeah. Of course. Oh, I heard Kuminga has attitude. Yo. Bob? Oh, wait, Bob's not available. Oh, Mike Dunleavy. Yo, what's up, man? So, what do you think about JK? No. Want to throw him in a package here? I got, got OG Anunoby over here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's how these things start. Of course you'd be interested in JK. Look at that salary. It's so paltry. You hear some rumor about JK having an attitude and Steph having to give a speech. You're on that speed dial instantly. Of course he's going to have interest. But of course, Twitter is going to twist that around so you click and retweet. Good to have you, Bruce. Yeah, JK has no control over this contract, so I wouldn't worry about that. We talked about that earlier, and you just have to log in at the right time when we talk about it. All right. CBA is bad for us taxpayers, that's for sure. Okay. Yep. Oh, man. Hang in there, buddy. Hang in there. I know it's so hard. I have a friend going through a really tough time in life as well. Whew. It's hard. Dean with the schedule. Appreciate you for mentioning this and putting yourself out there a little bit. Wow, Dean is available next week. Good. We'll pick a day. Unfortunately, he's not available during the weekend. Today's Thursday. We have some games to choose from. Saturday would be Denver. Okay, so let's throw that up in a poll. When should we go live again? Probably I can't go live tomorrow because I need rest from this stuff. So Saturday, May 20th, then LAL game 3, only me. Sunday, 5:30 p. That's also 5:30 p. Pacific time. Boss Miami game. That'll be game 3. Only me. Or, then we got Monday, which we'll do this. Look at Monday, Tuesday. Right. So Monday, 5:30? Always 5:30. Monday, then LAL game 4. Dean. And also Tuesday, 5:30 p. Boss. I mean, I'm giving you too many options here, but just pick one. Dean. Ask your community. There you go. Okay. Oh, also we had to go to Japan for the preseason. Remember that? that took away a week and a half of actual work because it's tough to really practice in an environment where you're marketing yourself to the NBA. Jaylen Brown. Well, let's see what he does with Boston, right? They've got to figure that out. So Jaylen Brown is the Brown you were talking about, probably. You know, does he get extended or not? You know, I think we have to. I mean, that's big news. So if it happens, it happens. Dean's back home, but I'm ready to go. I'm ready to close it down because I'm hungry. I want to eat dinner. Let's see. Yep. Oh, Amy, that's nice of you to say. Yeah. The punch. Man. Draymond's going to have to live with that. And then there's all this stuff on Twitter about, oh, JP, you know, the whole punch. And then Draymond gets a whole bunch of hate. And it's hard to live in the foundation of lack. You just got to look at it with the positive stuff. You can look at any situation negatively or positively. So it's time to just move on from the punch and just say, what can we learn from this? And how can we get better from it? And just keep it positive. Because if you dwell in the negative too much, man, then the fear takes over and it's all just like, oh my gosh. And then you want to lash out. Then you want to push people away. I'm a firm believer that you got to think of the positive things. And you've got to remember why you like being with people in the first place. So what do you do to prevent getting burned out? Yeah, you just stop doing it. So I'm getting burned out here. So we got to end it now. All right, so we got to do the high five. So what do we get in the poll? Let's look at the poll. Monday. Ooh, nobody wants to do Sunday. Oh, crazy. But we only got 11 votes. Yeah. Any more votes? Okay. Monday, Dean. Oh, I know why. Because they want Dean. Oh, but you guys like the Laker-Denver series more than the Boston series. Interesting. All right, so next live Monday it is, baby. Monday. We'll do it. You hear that, Dean? So we got 3 days of rest unless I come on Saturday. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Maybe Saturday. Okay, maybe Saturday. Let's see. Next live Monday for sure. Maybe Saturday. And just us 1, 2, 3. Just us 1, 2, 3, guys. Thanks, everybody. All right. Bye-bye. Thank you, Dean. So great to have Dean on. Bye-bye.